Flying to the other side of the world just to try this steak was totally worth it. Medium rare. Juicy and tender. Wasn't just a steak. It was a 5-star marriage proposal to my tongue.
Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking
This tastes like my childhood and my 20-second divorce healing at the same time.
My life was basically all about food. Eating and tasting dishes, restaurant hopping, food festivals, cooking show marathon. But here's the thing. I have golden taste buds, and they never lie. So the question is, are you joining the club just to roll your eyes at me every 5 minutes? Or do you actually cook?
The world doesn't revolve around you and your stupid food cravings, you annoying brat.
The morning bell echoes through the halls. 1,000 voices bouncing off the wall. From the quiet corners of the library floor to the laughter leaking through the classroom door, we're walking hallways where the legends grew. But today the ink is fresh and the story's new. A student stares at a blank white screen while an artist paints the things unseen. The scholar's lamp burns through the night. The athlete runs toward the morning light. A teacher sighs, hoping the spark they lit survives. Finding the light when the halls get dark. Oh, welcome to the life that ends you, where the story's changing and the leave you. So carve your name in the wind, let the legacy breathe. There's a world in the pages that we're starting to weave. Not just a school, but the soul of the story, turning our scars into stars and our grit into glory.
Nutmeg makes soup creamier. Rosemary is steak's best friend. Basil goes with almost everything. Cinnamon brings comfort to sweet and savory alike. And chili? Chili sets the soul alight. But nothing could have prepared my tongue for what came next. Flying to the other side of the world just to try this steak was totally worth it. Medium rare. Juicy and tender. Garlic butter glaze, flame-kissed edges. The scent alone levitates my soul to heaven, like it was invited to have lunch with the beautiful angels up above. Okay, here comes the love of my tongue's life. Oh my Gordon freaking Ramsay! My taste buds were twerking like it was a Friday night. It's savory, juicy, yummy, steak-tacular. It wasn't just a steak. It was a 5-star marriage proposal to my tongue.
Goodness gracious, lady, get a room.
Oh God, she is either possessed or just really, really starving.
I was still mid-foodgasm, letting every bite baptize the very depths of my taste buds when the haters around started mumbling. Did I care? Not one juicy crumb. I had my priorities, and it was to finish this masterpiece.
It seems like you've been thoroughly enjoying our food, milady.
Oregano.
I finally opened my eyes and came face to face with the handsome chef. Oh, I practically proposed to the steak. Weren't you watching me, Mr. Chef?
I was, and now I'm wondering, should I be jealous of the steak?
wow.
Oregano.
Okay, that was my cue to leave before I started flirting back and accidentally dated this man over medium rare beef. I came here for the food. Just the food. Not the flirty chefs with dangerous dimples.
Oregano.
My life was basically all about food. Eating and tasting dishes, restaurant hopping, food festivals, cooking show marathons, experimenting in my family's restaurant kitchen. Just name it. But here's the thing. I have golden taste buds, and they never lie. So the question is, will your dish make me scream and lose my voice, or spit it out in disgust and hate you for the rest of my life? Some boys at school have made it their life's mission to get option A. And I wasn't complaining. It was literally free food and a little ego boost.
Try mine first, Taffy. My mom helped cut the onions and boil the eggs.
Forget that, peasant. This is from a 5,000-star Michelin restaurant. It cost me 10 kidneys.
Mine's completely and personally handmade. Took me a month to make this, but don't worry, it's not rotting yet.
My mouth and soul were ready, but my brain was totally overwhelmed. Just then, my bestie Jules swooped in with his imaginary cape fluttering.
Excuse me, take it easy, gentlemen. Form an orderly line if you wish for Queen Taffy to bless your humble dishes with her divine taste buds. If your food makes her moan louder than a K-drama kiss scene, congrats! You win a date after class, but only for 60 minutes. No extensions, no exceptions.
The boys went feral. What are you doing? I don't have time for boys. I just want to eat and that's it.
Oh, babe, it's time you started eating with them, not just their food.
Whatever. But let's see if one of these can make me scream. Unfortunately, every dish was a disaster. This one tastes like a zombie rat crawled out of the sewer, licked a quadruple A battery dipped in rotten mayonnaise, and fell into my mouth. What were you even thinking, dude? Next, fish and chocolate? It's bold and daring, but a total abomination. Next, please. Are you sure you ordered this from a Michelin star restaurant? Or did you accidentally grab it from a dumpster behind one? Suddenly, I felt it again. That weird, stabby vibe that hits me every time I chew. I turned my head, already knowing the source. And there he was. Gavin. Silent, brooding window guy. I always caught him glaring at me as if I just ate his pet goldfish. Maybe the bowl, too. And whenever I confronted him about it, he'd just roll his eyes at me. Like, seriously, did I eat his precious lunch in a past life or what? He was insanely annoying. It was even worse because he's stupidly attractive. Ugh! Why do hot guys always have to have the worst attitudes? I was so ready to snap at him when Nicholas, the handsome French student, stepped forward holding a steaming ornate box.
Mademoiselle Taffy, is the taster still open?
Depends. What's in the box, Frenchie?
Something très spécial, made especially for you.
I took a bite, and fireworks started exploding around me instantly. Sweet gravy heavens! This is criminally delicious!
Oh, I knew it. His dish looks as perfect as he is. So, do we have a winner now?
Did you hear me scream? No, right? Because it's missing something.
Are you implying my dish isn't perfect?
It's really good, but it needs a little more kick. Maybe some spice, some crunch, some little twist, something to surprise me. Right now, it's just giving something, but not everything.
You'll regret this, woman.
I'm sorry, what?
Nothing. I said I'll do better next time, just to hear that sweet scream of yours, mademoiselle.
We'll see about that then, buddy. There was only one place that had ever made me scream so loud I lost my voice. The MSU cafeteria. I didn't come to this school for academics. I came for the food. The cozy, stylish ambience was just a bonus. And you know what was more interesting? Behind those lunch ladies hides a secret cooking legend. A masked mystery chef, whipping up dishes so good they'll make you cry in 1,000 different languages. The texture! Oh, the crunch! The glaze! The magic! Ah!
There she freaking goes again. Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking...
She's just a freaking freshman, but she freaking acts like she freaking owns this freaking cafeteria every freaking day. So freaking annoying.
I freaking know, right?
Girl, you're moaning like a feral sexy cat in heat. Tone it down, or those freaking girlies will start complaining again.
Those freaking haters can choke. I only listen to flavor, not jealousy. It had been 6 months since we started at MSU, and I still hadn't made any new friends. Just Jules, my ride or die since diapers, now slaying here in MSU on a fashion scholarship like he owned the runway.
And that's exactly why you don't have friends. You treat food like it's your boyfriend.
So what? I've got you. Oh wait, are you getting tired of me?
Tired? Never, babe. But let's say I get kidnapped by a cute guy in Milan. What's gonna happen to you then?
Are you sure he's the one who'll kidnap you, or is it the other way around?
Excuse me, Miss Ma'am. That's a bit rude.
Just then, my phone buzzed. It was from my older sister, Tanya, and my heart leapt when I saw the word emergency. I zoomed out of the school and headed straight to our family restaurant without wasting a second. What's going on?
Taffy! Oh, the mayor's here with the whole table of business tycoons, and they asked for a special twist on our signature steak. I tried tweaking the sauce, but the flavor's flat. Oh, something's off. I've added, adjusted, prayed. Nothing's working. If we mess this up, we'll be trending for all the wrong reasons, and Dad's gonna kill me.
Breathe, okay? Let me see. Too much soy, not enough soul. All right, everyone, I got this. I swung the spice rack open and started working my magic. 2 pinches of smoked paprika, 1 drizzle of honey, a splash of aged balsamic vinegar for depth, a whisper of garlic, not chopped, grated, 2 drops of lemon juice for a little spark, and a dash of espresso powder. Now, try it. Tanya took a bite. Her eyes went as wide as the earth itself.
Oh,
Quickly clapped a hand over her mouth before she could scream and alarm the entire restaurant. Now go serve that magic to your VVIPs.
Oh, you're a lifesaver, sissy, as always.
I assisted her as she served it herself to the VIP table. The mayor took 1 bite and started crying.
This tastes like my childhood and my 22nd divorce healing at the same time.
I need a moment. This steak just forgave me for all of my sins.
Your food is divine.
You should expand this place. Branch out, and you'll have my full support.
That sounds tempting, sir. Thank you. But we actually prefer to stay small, family style.
Our restaurant had been around since the 1900s. No branches, no fusion. Because for us, it was never about the money. It was about legacy. And okay, maybe we were also deathly afraid someone would steal my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandma's top secret recipe for our signature dishes. I felt like a hero today. So I threw myself a mini feast in my bedroom as soon as I got home. Half an hour later, Jules barged in and was immediately intrigued by all the food around me.
Salty. Sweet. Cheesy. Ooh, spicy. You're clearly riding a flavor high. Did you fall in love? Wait, no. Not enough sugar. You're just really happy. Like, I just saved the whole world moment kinda happy.
My mood was always connected to the food I ate, and Jules had basically mastered the art of reading me like a menu. I just saved the restaurant from going down in flames and made the mayor cry.
The mayor himself? Oh my god, that sounds so dramatic and I love it! Now pass me those fries and start spilling me the deets.
Jules listened to my story with sparkly eyes and the biggest proud smile on his face.
Your restaurant's gonna be in amazing hands once you take over someday. You know that, right?
You really think so?
Taffy, please. That's not even a question. Now get up. You're trying on my new designs tonight.
I was basically his personal doll at this point. We spent the rest of the night turning my room into a mini runway, me twirling around in his freshly sewn outfits, and I was loving it. While I was walking down the hallway, a girl suddenly bumped into me, and a pile of books crashed to the floor.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
No, it's totally on me. I wasn't looking. I remembered her during the freshman orientation because she had this pretty, innocent face. I crouched down to help her and noticed every single book was a cookbook or a recipe guide. You're into food too?
Kinda. I mean, yeah, I guess. Just prepping for something.
Prepping for what?
Oh, the cooking club. They're reopening the culinary society for freshmen, and they're choosing 10 new members. The announcement's tomorrow at the auditorium.
Finally! A club that was made for me! No way! Girl, you just made my day! I'm Taffy, by the way. You are?
Jillian.
Well, see you around then. Future club mate?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure I'll make it in.
The hesitation in her eyes caught my attention. I wanted to ask more, but before I could, someone called out her name and she hurried off. And just like that, my curiosity was hooked. So I immediately told Jules about it.
Congrats on finally making a new friend.
Please, I think she's way too shy for my energy. But guess what? I'm joining that club.
You in a cooking club? Babe, it's about cooking food, not just inhaling and eating it. You're way too lazy for that.
But I have a golden tongue. Of course I can cook too.
Last time you actually tried to do it yourself, I almost died.
I just accidentally grabbed the salt instead of the sugar.
It was baking powder.
Okay, whatever. This time I'm serious. The Culinary Society could help me hone my skills. Plus, it's great prep for restaurant management.
Or you just want to try everyone else's dishes?
That too. The auditorium buzzed with freshman students the next day, all cramming in for the big announcement. I scanned the room and spotted Jillian in the corner, nervously biting her nails like they were snacks. I slid into the seat beside her. She looked so relieved it was kind of cute.
Hey, you're here.
Of course. Was that Gavin? What was he doing here? Don't tell me. He also cooks? Broody boy has kitchen skills? My curious thoughts were cut off as the president of the Culinary Society finally stepped up to the mic and started the announcement.
Welcome, aspiring chefs. The Culinary Society is now officially open. This program aims to discover hidden culinary talent. Those who pass the initiation will receive a sponsorship. It's all about the guidance, support, and even funding to grow your skills. The club's goal is simple. It's to discover you. With the right sponsor, your talent can be developed and taken further.
I then felt Jillian trembling beside me.
I really need to get in, no matter what.
Hey, we're gonna make it, both of us. No plan B, no backing out, got it? I smiled as she gave me a tiny nod.
The initiation will last 3 days, and the judges will be the senior members of the club.
Just then the student council president stepped forward. This guy looked like he had walked straight out of a rule book. Dead serious and probably hasn't smiled once since birth.
Tomorrow's challenge is a written exam, so study hard. The second and third challenges will be surprise practical tests. Exam venue and time will be posted shortly. You may now return to your classes.
Holy spicy sauce explosion. This is going to be amazing. My foodie heart was on fire. I glanced back at Gavin, only to find him already looking at me. Of course he was glaring again. Seriously, what was his deal? The glaring, the eye-rolling, the mysterious brooding energy. It was driving me nuts. So on the way back to class, I finally snapped and cornered him. Hey, got a second? He didn't even respond, just rolled his eyes at me as always. Are you joining the club just to roll your eyes at me every 5 minutes? Or do you actually cook?
The world doesn't revolve around you and your stupid food cravings, you annoying brat.
Seriously, why are you so mad at me? What did I ever do to you?
You exist. That's enough. Now, get out of my face.
Unbelievable! This guy clearly didn't know who he was dealing with. That night, I studied like my life depended on it. Notes in one hand, spicy instant ramen in the other. Then came the written exam day, and everyone looked so tense. But for me, it was easy peasy mac and cheesy. I was the first one to finish the test, so I stood up with a proud smile. Till I saw Gavin, already done and standing. Before me? After submitting his papers, he turned to me and scoffed before walking off like he owned the place. The audacity! The next morning, I dragged Jules with me to check the results. Out of 100 applicants, only half made it, and I nearly choked on my gummy bears when I didn't see my name at the top. Second place? Wait, who's first? I leaned in and gasped when I saw the name.
Gavin? Like Gavin, the cute and brooding window guy? He cooks?
No, there's no way. That's probably a different Gavin. But then the crowd parted, and speaking of the devil...
Excuse me. Oh, look. It's me on top. The one and only Gavin.
When he turned to me and smirked.
Oh my god, he's so hot. Like hotter than a steak on a grill.
Jules was right, to be honest. But I shouldn't be distracted right now. Can we focus on his evil smirk, please? He's literally challenging me.
I think that's officially a war declaration, babe. This is gonna be extra interesting.
That jerk better be ready, because I'm gonna crush him big time. Second challenge finally came. We had to cook a chicken-based dish, in pairs. My eyes immediately landed on my mortal enemy, who was casually tying his apron like he was the master chef, and the sight was such a sword my eyes. I was about to hunt Jillian down when someone suddenly blocked my way. Nicholas! He was here too? How did I not notice him last time?
Ah, mademoiselle, fate brings you back to me. I'm still wounded from you turning down my masterpiece last time, you know? Team up with me, and if we win, you owe me a dinner date. Fair trade, no?
I was about to reject him, but then my cinnamon roll savior appeared.
Hey, Taffy. I was wondering if maybe we could...
Oh, here comes my lovely partner. Sorry, buddy. Maybe next time?
Ah, très bien. No hard feelings.
At least Nicholas was always classy about rejection. Congratulations on passing the written exams.
Thanks. I had been preparing for that way before I got here at MSU.
Oh, you're really into this, huh? All right, girl, let's do this. You cook, I supervise.
We're not doing it together?
Of course we are. I'll be guiding you.
So, what are we making?
Let's go with crispy garlic honey chicken with mango salsa.
That sounds fancy. Okay.
We had exactly 1 hour. Jillian got to work while I hovered nearby, supervising like a resident chef. But my eyes kept drifting to Gavin. He looked calm and focused, like he belonged in a commercial for knives, while his partner looked so lost. The fact that he was also into cooking made him even more annoying. A few minutes later, Jillian finally threw her hands up and beamed.
All right, done.
Ooh, let me taste. I took a confident bite, only to gag and nearly scream in disgust. I tossed the dish and everything else into the trash, and it landed dangerously close to Gavin's station. He hissed like a cat that had just got misted. Oh, gosh, girl, what happened to the chicken meat? Did you marinate it in mud and ask an old goat with horrible breath to spit on it or what?
But I just followed everything you said.
Jillian looked like she was on the verge of tears, so I took a breath to calm myself down. It's okay, my love. We've still got 20 minutes. We're gonna fix this. This time, I rolled up my sleeves and took over. Just as the final bell rang, we slammed our dish down and handed it to the judges, who actually liked it. As expected, we passed, and we're now qualified for the final challenge. But when I looked at Jillian, she didn't look happy at all.
We only passed because of you. We almost failed because of me.
Oh, come on, girl. It was my fault, too. I made you do most of the work. It was supposed to be a team effort. You know what? Let's practice after hours. Together.
Is that okay with you?
Of course. We then snuck into the kitchen later that day. A few other students were there, too, including Gavin, of course. For the sake of my sanity, I ignored his brooding presence and locked in on Jillian. This girl needed serious kitchen rehab. She was way too clumsy to be left alone with fire, knives, or even a blender. Honestly, if someone didn't supervise her, she'd either blow up the kitchen or food poison someone. Or both. She tried dish after dish, and I sacrificed my precious tongue for each one. Is this supposed to be a hard-boiled egg or a charcoal? The oil is separating from your sauce. Did you forget to stir, or did it walk out on its own? Your rice is crunchy. Were you trying to make popcorn? Then came her meat dish. Okay, listen. Onion, honey, or pineapple. Any of those can tenderize meat. Pick whichever one's available.
Okay, got it. Noted.
Soon we had a mountain of failed dishes in the trash. While we were about to try one last dish, Gavin suddenly stormed over, looking like an offended bull.
You wasted all of this? For what? For your stupid little practice?
Huh? Why are you acting like you bought all of this? Are you the official supplier of this school now?
Thank God I'm not.
Look, I'm just helping an aspiring chef chase her dreams. Failures happen. It's called trial and error. Look it up. He rolled his eyes, so I rolled mine harder. What is your problem with me anyway? Just because you're attractive doesn't mean you get a pass for being a total jerk.
And I don't care if you're attractive either. I just hate arrogant food snobs who love to waste food. You don't deserve a spot in the club.
Before I could finally explode, Jillian slid in.
Wait, did I just hear you both call each other attractive? Why don't you just date each other instead of arguing every 5 seconds?
You must be having some auditory hallucinations. I'd rather hug a giant, rotten cactus than date this brat.
He really hated me that much, huh? I hoped I'd never see his stupid smug face ever again. Unfortunately, we were in the same class. And worse, we still had one final challenge in the club initiation left. The announcement came sooner than expected, and the venue was deep in the woods. As soon as we got there, all our phones and stuff were confiscated. Goodbye, Wi-Fi. Goodbye, sanity. There were only about 15 of us left, and that included Nicholas, who wouldn't stop staring at me like I owed him money.
Lovely to see you here, mademoiselle. If we both make it in, you owe me a date, remember?
Since when did I agree to that?
Since the day you insulted my masterpiece.
But I gave constructive criticism.
Of course. That's why I've made it my life mission to make you cry. The next time you taste my dish.
Okay, but why did that sound like a low-key threat? Our conversation got totally cut off when the club president finally stepped up for the announcement.
Your final test will challenge your creativity, resourcefulness, and pure culinary courage. So here are the rules. You're not allowed to help each other. You can't bring anything from home. And we're not giving you anything either. You can only use whatever you find in the woods.
Ugh, this is going to be harder than I thought. I didn't even know how to start a fire, or cut stuff without a knife, or build a stove out of sticks. I was meant to taste food, not cook in the wilderness. My brain wasn't braining for this.
Prepare your dish by 7 p.m. in the assembly hall, and your fate will depend on a surprise judge. Good luck.
A surprise judge? Crazy. I turned to Jillian, who was one chopped onion away from crying, so I gave her a quick pep talk before the challenge officially started. First things first, I had to find something, anything, to chop stuff on. So I kicked a tree stump. Too moldy. I picked up a flat rock, but it was too spiny. I almost grabbed a squirrel as well, but it was too alive. Just when I was about to give up, I spotted it. A big, flat piece of bark lying under a tree. You're my chopping board now. Next, I needed something to cook and serve the food. I searched around like a hungry raccoon on a mission, and then, bingo! I found an old tin can that could work as a pot, and some giant leaves that looked perfect for plates. Now for the utensils. It took me several minutes to find a rock knife, a stick spatula, and a shell spoon. Finally, the ingredients. Good thing I knew a bunch of wild plants thanks to my grandma and her obsession with tea. Let's get those herbs and spices, baby. I continued walking around until I reached the riverbank. I leaned down to grab a lead. Then my foot slipped on some mud.
So, you're not just a brat and a snob. You're clumsy too.
Do you really have to insult me? I didn't ask for your help anyway.
Fine. Then I'll take it back.
Wait, what? Oh, ew, get off me, tall boy.
Huh? You're the one who hugged me like I was a pillow.
I ignored him and stomped off like I was totally fine, except I wasn't. Because why the heck did I blush? Oh, no, bad hormones, bad. Focus, Taffy, focus. Half an hour later, I'd gathered enough herbs to open a mini forest restaurant. Now it was time for the protein. But the problem was, I can't fish and hunt. I can't even catch something still. So I did what any desperate girl would do. Target acquire. Eggs. Sorry, Bird Mom. Finally, it was time to build a fire. Tried. I really tried. But at this point, I was basically just bullying those sticks. Just then, I heard some chopping noises nearby. I walked closer to take a peek and realized that it was Gavin. What? Shiftless! My brain just short-circuited at the sight of those magnificent abs. Before I could stop myself, a weird squeaky sound escaped my mouth. I was busted!
Are you stalking me?
What? No, I was just peacefully trying to cook in my spot over there, and then I heard something, and obviously I had to check it out.
Sure.
Why are you even shirtless?
Why? Does it bother you?
Yeah, it's too indecent.
Then find another spot? I was here first. You're the one who somehow set up your camp near mine.
I was so furious. I huffed and stormed back to my sad little fire pit. I snatched up all my stuff and stomped off to find a new cooking spot, way further from him. I threw all my rage into rubbing those stupid sticks together like my life depended on it. And after what felt like 500 years, a tiny, weak little flame finally popped up. Yes! Wait! No! It suddenly started raining! Are you kidding me right now? I grabbed my stuff, and as I dashed through the rain towards the nearest cover, I spotted Gavin running toward the same place from the other side. We both reached the shade at the same time, soaked and panting.
Wow. So the brat can run, huh?
What do you think of me? A corn dog?
What?
Before either of us could say anything else, a soft sob broke through the sound of the rain. We both turned toward it and saw Jillian. She was soaking wet and crying. Jillian? What's wrong, girl? Are you okay?
My family doesn't have much, and this was my only chance. But I think I'm too stupid for this, Taffy.
As I comforted her, Gavin sat down next to her, pulled a small dry cloth from his bag, and handed it to her gently. No attitude, no sarcasm, and he looked so soft like that, like a totally different guy. Ugh, he hated how my heart noticed.
Thanks, Gavin.
To break the tension, I changed the topic to food and cooking, and somehow it worked. Jillian started to relax and even smiled a little.
How about you, Gavin? Why do you love cooking?
My ears perked up at her question. Gavin didn't answer right away. Instead, he stared out at the rain, silent, like he was watching a memory unfold in the distance.
Tragedy struck me since I could remember, and I was homeless for a long time. Park benches, cardboard blankets, cold nights when I thought I wouldn't wake up, scavenging for even ketchup packets just to trick my stomach into thinking I'd eaten. One night, I saw this couple fighting outside a fancy restaurant. They were screaming, throwing words and insults, and then the guy just tossed their untouched takeout into the trash like it meant nothing. I hadn't eaten in days. I was dizzy, shaking.
If you're gonna fight, fine, but don't waste good food.
The guy looked at me like I was dirt.
Then go ahead and eat it if you care that much.
I didn't hesitate. Right there on the wet pavement, I sat down and ate every bite like it was a 5-star meal. I remember whispering, "They're fools. They don't even know what heaven tastes like." But I didn't realize the owner of the restaurant had been watching. He came out. No judgment, no pity. Just asked if I wanted a job and a place to stay. That's how it started. That tiny kitchen saved my life. But also, I found passion. But the rest of the staff, they didn't see me as one of them. Just a stray they took in. A charity case with no pedigree, no past. I worked twice as hard to prove I deserved to be there. And I came to MSU to prove that I belong in the kitchen, to find a sponsor who actually believes in what I can do. You wasted all of this? For what? For your stupid little practice? Just hate arrogant food snobs who love to waste food. You don't deserve a spot in the club.
I gasped as my eyes flew open. I almost screamed when I realized that I had actually fallen asleep on Gavin's shoulder. Oh, and to make it worse, I drooled on his shirt. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Relax, it's just drool. Unless you care about what I think.
Duh, no, absolutely not. Just then I realized it was getting dark already. Oh my gosh, what time is it? I haven't even started cooking. And where's Jillian?
Chill. We've still got an hour and a half before 7. And Jillian's over there. She already got started.
Apparently, she had already built her own campfire and was cooking over it like a master chef. Gavin and I then rushed back to our spots, and this time it was extra serious. I no longer just wanted to pass the test. I wanted to make something real. After finishing my dish, I rushed back to the assembly hall. Everyone was already there and their dishes looked so yummy. The whole room smelled like a 5-star buffet. Just then I noticed that Jillian wasn't here yet. I glanced at Gavin and he looked worried too. Come on, girl, where are you? Soon there were only 5 minutes left and panic started creeping in. Just when I was about to bolt out the door to look for her, she finally appeared, holding a steaming plate with the most unique-looking fish dish I'd ever seen. What took you so long? You got me so worried.
Sorry. I just wanted to make sure everything was perfect.
Before I could respond, the lights dimmed, and the club president stepped up to the stage.
And now, for your final judge, a true master of flavor, the one, the only,
the masked cafeteria chef, the legend behind the lunch trays. Y'all lined up in front of him, clutching our plates like newborn babies. He was just sitting at the table, silently tasting each dish one by one, but his presence commanded attention.
Then it was my turn.
Interesting. Most people play it safe with eggs, but you took a risk. The texture's playful, the flavor's daring, and the sauce, it's bold, defiant, and unforgettable. Just like you.
I nearly passed out from happiness, or hunger, or his dangerously calm voice. Then came Jillian's turn. There was a long pause before he finally spoke.
This is not perfect, but passionate. I like it.
Oh, Jillian was finally able to breathe. The judging ended. Then came the moment we'd all been sweating for. The announcement of the top 10. The official new members of the Culinary Society. As expected, Gavin and I made the list. My name flashed on the screen and I nearly screamed. Then, the final spot. Jillian was trembling as she gripped my hand. We all held our breath.
And the last spot goes to Jillian.
She instantly burst into tears. As we celebrated, I noticed someone storming out of the venue looking furious. Nicholas! Wait, he didn't make it? That actually surprised me. As the winners celebrated, Gavin then strolled over to us, holding his plate like a trophy.
Well, well. Looks like we all made it. Want to try my dish?
Taffy, you have to try this.
Careful. She might scream loud enough to summon the forest spirits.
Oh, please. My golden tongue has standards.
Oh, I know. That's why I strategically kept my masterpieces far away from you.
Strategically?
Yes. I knew the moment you tasted my food, you'd scream your lungs out and fall hopelessly in love.
I'm gonna throw this plate at your face.
But not before you taste it.
Fine. One bite. I took a bite and instantly exploded. Oh my freaking goodness! This is... In the middle of my foodgasm, I saw him smirking, so I immediately stopped myself from praising his dish.
I knew it. One bite and there goes your dignity.
Shut up! He kept teasing me all the way home on the bus. But of course I had to stay strong for my pride. I will never admit it, ever. Unfortunately, I couldn't stop thinking about him and his cooking skills that night, so I stuffed my face with sugar to distract myself. That was when Jules barged into my room.
Girl, why are you blushing and inhaling candy like you just caught feelings? Are you in love or something?
I'm not blushing, and no, I'm not in love.
Got it, miss. Totally not in love. Anyway, why is your voice all scratchy?
He was never finding out my voice died because of Gavin's food. He'd never let me live it down. It's the rain. My vocal cords got water damage.
Sure.
The next day at school, my voice was completely gone. Jules wouldn't let it go.
Are you sure it was because of the rain and not because of screaming over a certain someone's cooking?
I glared at him in silence. Just then, because the universe hates me, Gavin walked by looking extra smug, like his ego had its own stupid fan club. Oh no, please. Not now. Don't say it. Don't.
Lost your voice, huh? Told you my dish was too good.
Jules nearly choked from laughing. Since then, things just got weird. Gavin and I started getting closer. Before, he used to glare at me all the time. But now, that glare was replaced with a stupid little grin that made my brain malfunction every time. Like that time in the hallway when I opened my locker and a sticky note fell out.
Try not to scream over my food next time. Gee.
Looked around, and of course, there he was, leaning against the wall with that grin. Ugh, so annoying. During lunch, he started joining us at our table, like he was officially part of our squad.
Relax. I'm here for the food, not you.
And worse, Jules literally saved him a seat every freaking day.
Aw, why do you always walk in like it's a K-drama entrance? My heart can't take this.
Nowadays, I just find myself finishing all my food. Clean plate and no crumbs, even if the dish wasn't perfect. And of course, he had a comment about it.
The trash bin must be lonely without all the food you used to waste. Seriously, who kidnapped old you?
People change, duh. And I didn't do it because of you.
Mm-hmm. Sure you didn't.
Can you two stop? I'm getting secondhand butterflies.
Shut up! And because of him, the kitchen feels weird now. Am I too conscious of Gavin? He's still him, the broody, annoyingly talented chef in the making. Lately, he's been looking way too close to my station, offering help I didn't ask for, smirking whenever I refuse like he's deliberately trying to make me skittish. Ugh.
Your knife grip's a little stiff.
Don't sneak up on people! Holy broccoli, why is he standing too close?
I wasn't sneaking, just helping.
I turned back to the cutting board, trying not to imagine how good his voice sounded that close. Taffy, focus, knife, chop, chop, scallions, not his stupid smirk. You really don't have to hover. I'm not gonna murder the soup.
I wasn't worried about the soup.
My heart skipped. What was that supposed to mean? Jeez, are you just gonna stand there and silently judge me all afternoon?
Just observing. You're interesting when you're flustered.
What? What? I'm not flustered. Ah!
Careful now. I bite.
I pushed away too fast and nearly slipped again. What? That was... You were just in the way. Gavin finally stepped back. He looked way too satisfied.
I'll try to be more in the way next time.
Then he walked past me, as if to tease me more, and my back went straight. I could still feel his heat in the air.
That's spicy right there.
Oh, what are you even doing here?
Rude, but I forgive you. I nearly melted watching you two. The tension, Michelin star level.
I groaned, trying to will my face not to combust.
But girlie, sorry to pour cold water on your sizzling enemies to maybe lover's arc, but your sister called me. Said there's an emergency family meeting at the restaurant.
I blinked as my stomach dropped. Emergency family meetings were never casual. Without a word, I grabbed my bag. Didn't even bother untying my apron. Just ran. Apparently, a new diner around the block had been copying our menu and signature dishes. And it had been a week since our sales had gone down to dangerous levels, as in going bankrupt. I went to check on it and got the shock of my life when I saw who one of the chefs was. Nicholas!
Ah, pleasure to see you here, mademoiselle. Our family decided to branch out and try a new location. This spot is perfect, is it not?
Everything on your menu is exactly like ours. This is illegal. You copied ours.
If we copied yours, then why do most people flock to ours and keep saying that ours is more delicious and better?
His weird behavior ever since I rejected him suddenly made sense now. Is this what you meant by wanting to see me cry?
That's what you get for insulting my masterpiece. Now go cry and run back to your little kitchen.
The audacity! Keep it. That old recipe is all yours. I can just let my expertise do its magic and make something so good they'll make yours taste like reheated kitchen scraps. And when the tears come, make sure they don't water down your salty little ego. I then marched out of his stupid restaurant without looking back. I went back to our restaurant and saw Tanya and the rest of the staff reviewing the security footage. We all then froze when we realized that a shady-looking guy had been snapping photos of our restaurant from every angle for several days. And if that wasn't bad enough, he even disguised himself as one of our staff. They didn't just steal ideas. They cloned our entire concept and turned it into a fancier, more Instagrammable version. The audacity! We decided to temporarily close our restaurant while I cooked up some new ideas for the menu. Later that day, while brainstorming, I noticed a few hungry street kids outside. Their eyes weren't begging, they were just watching, like food was something distant, almost like a dream. I remembered Gavin and just found myself opening the door. I'm not serving anything fancy as of this moment, but if you're hungry, come in. He sat quietly as I cooked. No fancy plating. No pressure to impress. Just warm food from the heart. As I watched them eat,
something shifted in me. A thought came into my mind. Food isn't just about flavor or technique. It's about the connection you share with the meal. After they were done eating, I gave them some more food and a neat takeaway. Their eyes sparkled. They thanked me loudly before waving goodbye. Think about some charity project and look for some volunteers to feed those kids again. Oh my God! Gavin! You scared the carrots out of me! What are you doing here?
I overheard earlier, and I got worried. I asked your friend, and he told me everything. Well, I'm here to help you out.
I just stared at him with my heart pounding.
So, the food waster is now feeding kids, huh?
Hey, what are you, a stalker? Gavin just shrugged and gave me that infuriatingly smug smirk. Okay, fine, I'll admit it. Your story got to me, all right? I realized food isn't just for enjoyment. It's something to be grateful for. Not everyone gets something to eat every day. Gavin's eyes lit up with something fierce and warm all at once. So hot I couldn't breathe. The air between us shifted.
I really want to kiss you right now.
What?
Say no.
I clutched his arms, the warmth of his touch sending my heart into a race, and my knees wobbled. He grinned. His intense eyes smiled.
I take that as a yes.
Then he pulled me in, and before I could blink, his lips crushed into mine. Hot, intense, sweet, and it tasted like cinnamon made from heaven. I melted. I never knew kissing the person you like is the sweetest thing ever. More than the best macaroons in the universe.
I wanna stay here with you. All that we have is just
I told you, I bite.
promise I won't leave your side. Be who you are and you'll be enough. If you're giving me your love, giving me your love. All that we have is each other now. Promise you won't leave my side. I hope who I am is enough for you. If I'm
Maybe it's the kiss. Okay, no, it was definitely the kiss that inspired this new recipe. Sweet, warm, with the right amount of spice. It lingered and was very special. Whoa, you made this look like it belongs in a 5 million star restaurant. Thanks for helping out, Jillian. While we worked on our test dishes, we discovered her secret skill. She was amazing at plating, garnishing all the aesthetics.
Just don't ask me to actually cook it, like, ever.
Girl, you're now officially the queen of food catfishing, and I say that with love. Then Jules popped in while holding up a sketch pad.
Okay, if we're leveling up the food, then we're leveling up the fashion.
He flipped the sketch pad around, revealing a full lineup of brand new uniforms.
Chic, comfy, and grease stain resistant. You're welcome.
Oh my God, you made slayable uniforms?
I am an aspiring fashion icon, babe. Let me slay in peace.
We all laughed. And in that moment, I realized that this wasn't just my comeback. It was ours. And for the cherry on top, we added a tagline for our new and special dish. The dish that can make you scream. It was inspired by someone, and as expected, it was a hit. Customers were literally screaming, and their videos went viral. They kept returning to our restaurant, so we finally decided to add it to the official menu. I used to think food was just about taste and fun. Now, I knew better. Nutmeg makes soup creamier. Rosemary is steak's best friend. Basil goes with almost everything. Cinnamon brings comfort to sweet and savory alike. And chili sets the soul alight. But the most important ingredient of all is love. Love is the secret spice. You won't find it on any shelf, but it lingers in every bite.
making each dish as special as it can be.
All that we have is each other now. I promise I won't leave your side. Be who you are and you'll be enough. If you're giving me your love, giving me your love. All that we have is each other now. Promise you won't leave my side.
The student stares at a blank white screen while an artist paints the things unseen. The scholar's lamp burns through the night. The athlete runs toward the morning light. A teacher sighs, hoping the spark they lit survives. Finding the light when the halls get dark. Oh, welcome to the life at MSU, where the story's changing and the leader's you. Yeah, the story's changing and the leader's you. Welcome to the life at MSU.
My heart jumped all the way to my toes when I finally reached the huge MSU gate. For a hopeless romantic introvert like me, the first day of high school was both super scary and a little exciting. New year, new school, a whole new vibe. Would I make any friends here? Or maybe find love? Wait, what was I thinking? I worked so hard to get a scholarship to be here. I should focus on my studies, not boys. I quickly spotted my fellow freshmen gathered near the gate, all waiting for the tour to start. All right, Candy, this is it. We walked through the school hallway, and I was amazed by the surroundings. Everything was clean and neat, and I could even smell the natural scent of bamboo and flowers. The ambiance was peaceful. Despite the usual school noise, I could still hear the leaves rustling and the soft stream of water from the river. It would help a lot with studying. Suddenly, something caught my attention. Was that a squirrel wearing a freaking hoodie? Where did it even find those tiny clothes? I got distracted for 2 seconds, and when I blinked again, my tour group was gone. Oh my God, where did they go? I was about to break down in the middle of the way when a smooth voice sounded behind me.
Need some help? You look a little lost.
I spun around, and time completely froze when I found myself face to face with the most gorgeous guy I'd ever seen. He looked like he'd stepped out of a dream. Perfect hair, perfect smile, practically glowing like an angel. I swear, I felt like I was floating. Which I actually was, because I was this close to passing out. Before I hit the ground, his arm shot out, grabbing me by the waist, steadying me. And for a second, I felt like my heart stopped beating.
Are you okay?
Oh, yeah. I'm so sorry about that. I was with the tour group with the new students, and we were on our way to the auditorium to, some orientation thing, and I lost them because I lost them. Brain, work with me here, please. He gave a small smile, and I swear the sun came out just to make him look even better.
Well, you're not far off. The auditorium's this way. I can walk you there if you'd like.
Oh my God, oh my God, you really don't have to. I don't want to waste your time and...
I insist.
But...
Please.
Okay. He started walking, and I followed him like a lost and completely mesmerized kitten, sneaking glances at him every few steps. Is this really happening? A cute guy is helping me? How did I get this lucky on my first day? Is this fate? Are we gonna date later on? Is he gonna be my first love? My first boyfriend? My future husband?
Here you go.
Huh?
We're here, the auditorium. And I think the freshman orientation is about to start.
Oh, right. Thank you so much.
No problem. I'm happy to help. Anytime.
He then reached into his pocket and pulled out something small.
Here. A little good luck for your first day.
A candy? I stared at it like he'd just handed me a diamond. I swear I will never eat this. This candy is sacred now. I'm keeping it forever. Maybe I'll even build a shrine for it. Oh, thank you for this. This looks sweet. I mean, this is a candy, right?
Good luck!
I just stood there, frozen, clutching my new good luck charm. By the time I snapped out of it, he was already gone. Panicking, I took a few steps forward, scanning the crowd. Where did he go? I should have at least gotten his name. Soon enough, the ceremony wrapped up, and I followed my fellow freshmen toward our building, my eyes darting around like I was on a secret mission to spot my crush. When we finally got to our homeroom class, I headed straight to the back. I then glanced at my seatmate, only to find her glaring at me. She's really pretty, but she looks like a meanie. What was her problem? Do I know her? Did I accidentally steal her seat or something? She kept up the death glares all through our next classes without saying a single word, and it was driving my paranoid butt crazy. By lunchtime, I was on edge, so I slipped into the cafeteria, found a quiet corner, and started eating, hoping she'd forget I existed. Just then, someone slammed a tray down right across from me. I looked up to see none other than her.
Mind if I sit here?
She sat down right next to me, staring at me like I was her next meal. Yeah, sure. I mean, it wasn't like she gave me much of a choice.
Oh, so you do talk. Thought you were mute or something. I'm Trixie, by the way.
You're not mad at me?
What do you mean?
You kept glaring at me all day.
Oh, sorry about that. That's just my resting witch face. But hey, maybe I do want to eat you alive. You look like a cute little candy.
Funny you say that. My name is actually Candy.
Wait, let me guess. Your last name is Crush?
I laughed, and just like that, all the awkwardness melted away. I usually have a hard time making friends because I was always scared to make the first move. But Trixie and I clicked instantly. It felt like I'd won the friends lottery on my first day. I guessed my lucky charm was already working. And as an introvert, one solid friend was all I needed. Soon enough, we were already talking about our crushes and dark secrets.
So, have any cute guys caught your eye yet?
Trixie, it's only been a week.
So what? The lower campus is filled with hot nerds and athletes. You could collect at least 5 crushes in an hour.
I assume you already have one?
Oh, please. I'm already eyeing one. Just testing the waters to see if he's just a crush of the day material or, crush to marry potential. Like I told you, I easily lose interest if they crush me back. It just gets boring after that. I'll spill the details once I'm sure about him. How about you?
Well, there's this one guy. I continued to tell her about my encounter with Mr. Nice Guy, complete with all the details, and she started screaming.
Girl, we need to hunt him down.
Hey, let's take it easy, okay? It's just a harmless little crush, and who knows, he might be taken already. Just please, don't do anything stupid.
Oh, don't worry about it. I got you.
But telling Trixie about him was a huge mistake. She immediately spilled it to Cass, the ridiculously gorgeous, effortlessly classy girl sitting on her other side in class. Yes, that one that looked like a princess.
Hey, Cass, guess what? Our girl Candy here is crushing on some cute guy on our first day of school, but she hasn't seen him since. Want to help us hunt him down? We need more woman power.
That's adorable. So what's he like? Did you at least get his name?
To my surprise, Cass didn't laugh, roll her eyes, or get up and leave to call her driver or something.
Unfortunately, no. Candy here is a total amateur. Like she's already planned their wedding, but she forgot step 1, basic introductions. That's why she needs our help.
I'm in.
Oh, this is so embarrassing. Thankfully, Cass was busy babysitting her little sister over at the grade school campus in between our classes, so she wasn't all up in this drama. Meanwhile, Trixie was out here trying like her life depended on it. Every day, she'd literally drag me around campus, turning every walk into a full-on stakeout. We'd scan buildings, gardens, and parks, peeking around corners like wannabe detectives trying to find a freaking serial killer. Then one day, we finally spotted him. He was tall, standing by the fountain with the same blue hoodie I'd mentioned he'd wore the first day.
Oh, that's him. Go say something.
Before I could even think, she suddenly shoved me towards the guy, catching him completely off guard. My heart was racing as he slowly turned around, only to reveal a face that was the exact opposite of what I remembered.
Whoa, back off, baby girl. You're not my type.
The audacity of you to say that with a face like that, you ugly, delusional lobster cracker.
Trixie, calm down. Maybe he's just going through something. Sorry about that. We just mistook you for someone else.
What a lame excuse just to get my attention.
Trixie was ready to go full berserk. But before she could pounce at him, I yanked her away. After we escaped the crime scene, a depressing thought hit me like a truck. What if he's actually from the upper campus? Just thinking he might be someone super rich makes my heart sink. If that's true, then he's way out of my league.
Nah, I think he's from here. I can literally sense it.
Trixie was so determined to find him without even knowing his name or what he looked like. One time, she even collected cute guys and made them line up in front of me. Jesus, Trixie, what are you doing?
Is this him?
No.
Okay, move. How about this cutie?
No, please, stop this. I don't think he's here.
Are you sure?
Yes, jeez. You're embarrassing me.
All right, boys, bounce away.
Later that day, during history class, she was still onto it.
I swear, if I have to keep staring at Mr. Olden's prehistoric dentures, I'm gonna pass out.
Shh, behave. Remember, he could see and hear everything.
Whatever. Why don't you sketch your crush for me? At least I would have a clearer picture of who we're looking for.
She was actually serious about ditching class just to hunt Mr. Nice Guy down. And knowing her, at this point, she'd really do it. Eventually, I found myself giving in. But unfortunately, art isn't my thing. I showed her my sketch, and she suddenly snorted in laughter. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over us. We both looked up to see Mr. Olden glaring down with his infamous squinty-eyed stare, one hand gripping his ancient cane. He looked older than time itself, but somehow built like a tank. He leaned forward, close enough that I could count the wrinkles on his forehead.
So, you two think my class is a comedy show, eh? You know, I've been teaching since the dinosaurs roamed the earth, seen your kind come and go, and none of them made it out unscathed after disrupting my class.
I felt like pooping from the nervousness. The whole class had gone dead silent as he suddenly straightened up with a loud crack of his spine, then effortlessly hoisted the nearest desk into the air with one hand.
Next time, I might just lift you two for a little history lesson on manners.
Sorry, Mr. Olden. Candy here was just showing me ancient drawings for historical purposes.
Oh, very well then.
Thankfully, he eventually calmed down and continued his lesson. Days have passed, and still, I haven't bumped into Mr. Nice Guy again. Maybe he was just some random outsider. Or maybe he was indeed from the upper campus. I started hanging out at the big central library where both campuses mix, hoping for a chance encounter. And just as I pulled out a book from a shelf, my world suddenly stopped when a familiar face suddenly appeared from the other side. It's him, my Mr. Nice Guy. I just stood there, totally frozen, staring at him with my heart pounding like crazy. But as his eyes lifted, I panicked and dropped down, hiding behind a book like it had the power to turn me invisible. After finally calming down, I slowly stood up and peeked around the other side of the shelf, but he was already gone. and it was both relieving and disappointing at the same time. The next morning, as I walked through the school gate, a familiar little flutter filled my chest. I glanced back, and there he was again, just a few steps behind me. Oh my freaking God! My heart practically backflipped out of my chest. I could feel each of his steps getting closer, and soon we ended up side by side. I could barely breathe, trying to act normal, only to end up walking like a limping dog. From the corner of my eye, I could feel just how tall and handsome he was. Every step was pure torture, in the best way possible. I finally managed to breathe normally again when he changed direction and headed into the sophomore building. So, he's a sophomore, huh? Later, I told Trixie all about it, and of course, she was immediately scheming.
Let's go check out the sophomore building. Come on, he could still be around.
We lurked into the lobby, trying to look casual. A few minutes later, Trixie went to the restroom, and I was left yawning next to my all-nighter study session. Coffee was calling my name, and thank heavens, a cute little vending machine was right there waiting for me. Just as I shuffled over, an unexpected thing happened again. There he was, right next to me. Holy goodness, why does he keep popping up out of nowhere? He could at least give a poor innocent girl some warning. With a trembling hand, I reached for the button, but he beat me to it.
You go first.
No, it's fine. You go ahead.
Please, I insist.
My mind was racing. I could ask his name, maybe mention that I still had the candy he'd given me. But my courage totally bailed on me. Come on, Candy, you've got this. I took a deep breath, preparing to say something, anything. But he'd already disappeared down the hall. But what about his coffee? Just in time, Trixie returned, her eyes lighting up.
OMG, guess what? I had the cutest moment with my crush in the hallway.
Is this the same crush you told me about last time? I wish I'd seen it.
I'll point him out to you next time I see him.
Okay. Anyway, while you were off having your rom-com moment, I kinda had a cute encounter with my own crush at the vending machine.
While I was away? How rude. How did I miss that? Did you at least take a picture of him?
No. It's not exactly nice to take photos without permission, you know?
Okay, but what if you, took a selfie and just accidentally got him in the background?
Trixie's idea came in handy later in the cafeteria during lunch, because the moment she got up to grab more food, I saw Mr. Nice Guy pass by again. I quickly lifted my phone, pretending to take a selfie, and managed to catch him in the background. Trixie, look! I finally caught him! Her eyes went wide, excitement all over her face. But then, strangely, her expression shifted.
Oh, good for you.
That was weird. For the next few hours, Trixie seemed distant until finally she excused herself to leave early. I watched her go, wondering what exactly ruined her mood. I spent the rest of the evening obsessing over the picture I took. He's so handsome and cute. I was grinning like an idiot, replaying every fantasy in my head while playing with the candy, and eventually falling asleep with my phone clutched in my hand. His face, the last thing I saw before drifting off to dreamland. The next day, Trixie didn't go to school. She'd mentioned she was sick, but her replies to my messages were short. I kept thinking how weird her replies were, and the realization hit me like a freight train. What if we actually have the same crush? They both were in the sophomore lobby that day. The thought made my stomach twist. Trixie still hadn't come to school for a few more days, and I was really worried now. Cass told me she saw her at MSH hospital. It turned out she was sick enough to be admitted. I decided to skip our last class to check on her. I hopped on the school bus and told the driver to drop me off at the hospital. After showing my visitation card to the information desk, they gave me Trixie's hospital room number. As I made my way to the door, a nurse came out of the room, and I caught a glimpse of a sight that shattered my world to pieces. Mr. Nice Guy was sitting by her bedside, taking care of her. So, we were indeed sharing the same crush all this time. Hurt and confused, I turned around and ran back to the elevator. Alone inside, I fought the tears from spilling out of my eyes. When the elevator slid open, I hurried out and accidentally bumped into some guy. Sorry, I needed to be anywhere but there. The next day was the weekend, and I spent it sulking, replaying that scene in my head over and over. I ignored Trixie's texts, especially the one asking why I'd left so quickly when I'd come to visit her. I didn't know what to say, or how to explain the pain in my chest that I didn't even fully understand. Monday came, and I went to school early just to clear my head and nurse my broken heart a little bit more before facing Trixie.
Hello, Candy to Earth.
I blinked my eyes and looked up to see her. Trixie. Sorry, I was just daydreaming. How are you feeling?
All better now. I tend to get sick easily. I know it doesn't match with my strong attitude and demoness face. Anyways, Candy, I have something to confess. Please don't be mad, okay?
I already know, Trixie. Your crush, he visited you at the hospital.
Wait, how did you know he visited me?
Look, I get it. If he likes you, I understand. You're prettier and more charming than I'll ever be, so it only makes sense. As I rambled on, her expression shifted. She suddenly grabbed her phone and dialed a number.
Get over here now. I don't care what you're doing.
Not even a few minutes later, the most unexpected person suddenly showed up, looking a bit confused and slightly out of breath.
Hey, why are you crying?
Why does he look so worried about me?
Okay, confession time. This guy's name is Drew, and newsflash, he's my brother.
Huh?
This guy, your crush, Mr. Nice Guy, is my brother, and his name is Drew. Drew, Mr. Nice Guy, your crush, my brother. Is that clear enough for you now?
Wait, what? You never mentioned to me that you have a brother? We've been friends for months.
I've literally told you like 23 times by now, but you were always too busy studying or, obsessing over your crush who just happens to be him too.
I froze, trying to process what she just said.
The reason I didn't say anything earlier was because as your protective and very pretty best friend, I wanted to make sure that he was serious about whoever he was crushing on at school. He mentioned he had a crush, but didn't give me details. Then last weekend, I caught him scrolling through your Instagram. He already knew we were best friends, but was too shy to tell you.
He knew? All this time? Trixie smirked and gave her brother a little shove toward me.
He just got a little too shy, but trust me, I've been pushing him to confess since he's the guy here.
Wait, so who was your crush that visited you?
That's a story for another time. Right now, you better do this right, bro.
With that, she walked off, leaving me alone with Drew. I fiddled with my fingers, sneaking glances at him, waiting for him to make the first move. Please, say something. Soon enough, he finally cleared his throat.
Sorry about my sister. She can be kinda intense sometimes.
Intense? Right. You're right. She's indeed intense. Another stretch of silence fell over us, and I found myself awkwardly staring at the river. After a bit of shuffling, he sat down beside me, but there was a good 2 inches between us, like he was trying not to get too close. I glanced over, catching him looking at me, and he quickly looked away. He took a deep breath, staring down at his hands.
I'm sorry. I don't really know how to do this.
Do what, exactly?
This romance thing.
Me too. This is my first time.
I actually like you. Since the first time I saw you.
You liked me? Like, since the beginning?
Every time I saw you on campus, I didn't know what to say. I tried to act cool, but I just felt like melting because you're just too cute.
Me? Cute? He then inched closer, and eventually our hands brushed. The little spark that shot through me made me dizzy.
Is it okay if I hold your hand?
I nodded, hardly able to breathe as he gently took my hand in his.
You've got soft hands. And cute nails.
Oh, God help me. I felt like an ice cream cone fresh out of the freezer right now. Melting fast and hard. I still have that candy you gave me. I took it from my wallet and showed it to him.
You kept it?
I kinda thought of it as my lucky charm.
The way he smiled at me as I said that sent another army of butterflies in my tummy.
Wait, how about...
He was looking at my lips. Is he gonna kiss me? Oh my god. After holding hands, kissing is usually the next step, right? The anticipation is killing me. My heart was racing so fast, I thought it might just stop. I wanted to scream. But instead, when a gentle squeeze on my hand snapped me out of it.
Candy? Are you okay?
Huh?
Here, you can have the other half.
Oh! Thank you! Wow, this is so good. So, you like sweet stuff, huh?
Yeah, I like sweets. I know this cafe in town. I mean, I'd like to get to know more about you. Well, would you like to go on a date with me this weekend?
Of course. First step to romance, first date. We both laughed, and suddenly, everything didn't feel so tense anymore. I felt his fingers intertwining mine. And I felt the sweetness, sweeter than the candy melting in my heart. I couldn't wait for a first date of thousands more to come. Hi, I'm Emma from Chile. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Show your love for MSA with their awesome bottles and notebooks. Peek at the collection in the description and pick your favorites. My childhood was tough. My parents were always fighting. But when I grew up, I met Clara, and my life started to become better. We met on the first day of high school, and I remember it like it was yesterday. Hi, is this seat taken? No? Great. I saw you sitting alone and thought you needed some company. Is that a choco chip muffin? I love them. You get the best muffins at this coffee house nearby, but if you eat too many, you might get gas or a sugar rush. Sorry, I'm blabbering a lot, right? Kind of. You'll get used to it. I'm Emma, by the way. Do you want to be my friend? Trust me, we both need friends if we want to survive high school. Oh, okay. I'd like that. I'm Clara. Since that day, we were like gum. Clara was a pretty and shy girl, and me, well, I was the weird girl with a tiny obsession for Sherlock Holmes. You better not be asking who Sherlock Holmes is. Wow, that's an interesting outfit. It's my Sherlock Holmes uniform, Clara. I already told you like a trillion times. Yes, of course. How can I forget? The world's greatest detective, right? The best, the biggest, the most... Wait, are you teasing me? Wow, you figured it out. Guess you are good at detecting things. It's elementary, dear Watson. What? Oh, never mind. But despite my weirdy personality, Clara always stuck by my side until one day, everything started to break. I was coming back from school and saw Mom going crazy in rage. She was screaming at Dad, throwing his stuff outside, while Dad just looked like a deer in the headlights trying to stop her. Let go of my hand. That's it. I can't live with someone who scams others. We're done. Get out of my house.
Please, not in front of Emma.
Why? She should know what kind of father she has. Tell her how you scammed people into investing money in your little Ponzi schemes. Tell her that you're a liar and a crook. Go on. A mouse got your tongue? Mom kept screaming at Dad, and I just couldn't take it. So I ran away to my room and locked my door. Mom followed me and was still screaming, but I just lay on my bed, trying not to cry. And later that night, she came into my room. I know you feel horrible, darling, but it's for the best. Your father was a good guy, but now he prefers money over his own family. But what happened? I don't know, dear, but I do know that you and I are going to be just fine. We're a team. Remember that, okay? The next day, I went to school feeling worse than ever, but I saw Clara and I got a little happy. Hey, I had the most awful day yesterday. Can we skip classes and talk? I really need to vent. And why do you think I have the time to listen to you whine? Excuse me? Clara started to walk away from me, but I stopped her. No, wait, I don't understand. Did I do anything wrong? We can talk about it. Oh, God, if I have to listen to you talk one more time, I will kill myself. I don't even know how your parents tolerate you. You're so childish and annoying. I can't be around you anymore. But we're best friends. And now we're not. So please
Please, don't talk to me again. Clara left, and I felt completely broken. Did she always think of me like that? I tried to talk to Clara between breaks, but she ignored me, and she did so for the rest of the week. I had no other friends, so I just spent my time in the school library reading some Sherlock Holmes. At least the books were loyal. But one day, I was walking to my next class and saw a notebook by the lockers. I opened it out of curiosity, and what I saw blew my mind. The notebook was full of pictures of Clara. Clara going to class, Clara in the gym, Clara walking to her house. What kind of creep would do something like this? I was flipping through the pages when I noticed someone familiar in one of the photographs. It was this guy from our class, Gerardo, and he was holding a camera in a mirror reflection in the photograph. I'd seen Gerardo following Clara around in school, and I always felt that there was something off about him, but Clara would never let me chase him away. And now he was taking her pictures? This guy was a freak, and I had to do something before Clara was in some serious trouble. So I went to the principal and explained everything to her. I can't accuse any student without real proof, Emma. I mean, Gerardo is the official photographer for our yearbook. He could be taking pictures of anything else. But if you feel so strongly about this, I'll tell the teachers to be on the alert, okay? But nothing ever happened. Since telling the principal blew up in my face, I fell back on the one thing that I knew would work, my awesome detective skills. I spent the entire night stalking Gerardo on social media, but it was a dead end. The only possible solution was to confront him. But the next morning when I entered school, I saw Clara walk in with Gerardo looking completely different. Her face was painted with makeup, and her hair was all red. Oh my God, Clara, what happened? Did a radioactive spider bite you or something? What happened to your hair? And what's with the makeup?
Can you stop touching her, you freak, and get out of the way?
I wasn't talking to you, creepy stalker. Clara, what are you doing with him? Did he torture you? Do you need my help?
She doesn't need anything from you, so get lost if you have nothing to say.
Clara didn't look at me, so I walked closer to her, ignoring Gerardo's protests, and pulled out the notebook. Clara, this guy is a stalker. He's been taking your pictures since God knows when. Look, he's even in one of these pictures. Can you see that tiny little reflection in the background? Clara ripped the notebook out of my hands and finally looked at me, angry. What part of I don't want to be your friend didn't you understand? I don't care about your little detective games, okay? It's not a game. This guy is creepy and weird, and my boyfriend? He's my boyfriend, okay? Now stop insulting him with your dumb games and get out of my face. Clara stormed off before I could ask any questions, but Gerardo stayed, smiling at me.
Thank you for finding my notebook. I was worried about losing my favorite photos of my girlfriend.
Listen, I don't know how you brainwashed her, but she's not like that.
I didn't do anything to her. I just offered her a quick way to earn money.
What did you make her do?
Why don't you ask her?
He left with a victorious grin on his face. I started to feel really worried about Clara. The next day, after the end of the school day, I was determined to save Clara any way I could. So I decided to follow Gerardo like a shadow. After a while, I saw him slipping through the school back gate and entering a scary dark alley. I hid behind a pillar and saw him wait there. And moments later, a bunch of guys came in on their motorcycles, each scarier than the next.
How you feeling about tomorrow, boss? Pretty good. You have the motorcycle I asked for? Yeah, it's in Clara's house. Perfect. I taught Clara everything she needs to know about riding motorcycles, and I've told her to meet us right here tomorrow. I'm telling you, Clara's so ready for this race. She's gonna nail it. And what if she doesn't? Then we train her more till she can. But don't worry, I can feel that money is ours already.
Everyone started cheering in celebration, so I got out of there before they saw me. I ran until I found a bench and sat down. Clara was participating in a motorcycle race? Why? I had so many questions, but right now, the only thing on my mind was to save Clara from this dumb race. The plan was simple. I was gonna go to the dark alley after school and wait for Clara to show up, and then I would just grab her arm and run till we were safe. So the next day, I went to the alley extra early and waited for everyone to show up. Everyone, including Gerardo, was around, but Clara was nowhere in sight. Half an hour went by, and when she didn't show up, I decided to leave. But my jacket got caught in one of the boxes, and I fell, and all eyes turned to me. Whoopsie! I was just making sure there was no rats here. I think it's safe to say that this place is officially rat-free. Okay, bye! I turned around to run for my life when suddenly Clara popped in front of me, looking like a raging bull. I thought I asked you to stay away. I just want to help you, Clara. This is too much. I don't know what's happening with you, but I can help. How? You didn't even know your father's a scamster till your mom told you. I know you think you're some great detective and you can help everyone, but no, Emma, you can't. You have to stay away from this. Get that in your thick skull and leave me alone. I know you're saying this to hurt me, and I am hurt, I won't lie. But Clara, this is too dangerous and—
Okay, enough. My head's hurting listening to your annoying voice. Lock her up.
Wait! Clara tried to protest, but someone dragged me into a room nearby, took off my backpack, threw me in, and shut the door. I could hear Clara almost crying, so I pressed my ear to the door, trying to hear outside. I know she's in trouble, but you can't leave her here.
You need to focus right now. We'll come back for her later, I promise. Now get on the motorcycle. You've got a race to win.
I tried to scream for help, but I gave up after a while and just sat down on the floor. Ugh, how did I let this happen? I spent hours walking in circles and knocking on the door, but then I suddenly came up with an idea. I'd read in the Sherlock Holmes books how to pick locks with a hairpin, so I took the one I had in my hair and started to try it. Something clicked, and all of a sudden, the door opened. Bullseye! I knew I had it in me. Okay, now focus. I left the alley and started to run without direction, but then I heard sounds of motorcycles. I went down a stone stairway and found a giant tunnel full of motorcycles and people. And Clara! But before I get Clara out of there, I need to do something else. Hello? 911? Come to Keller Street, down the stone stairway, and hurry up. There's an illegal motorcycle street race happening. Can you provide me with your name? There's no time. Hurry up! I hung up and ran down the stairs. All the motorcycles were already lined up, and Clara was on one of them. I could see Gerardo talking to some guy, so I ran to Clara without him seeing me. Come with me. It's impossible to escape from you, right? You can roll your eyes later. Just get off this thing and come. Emma, you don't understand. I found out a week ago that my parents declared bankruptcy, and we might have to move to a homeless shelter. He's a liar. Look at that nose on his face. It's so plastic and fake. You can't trust him. His nose was really crooked. You should have seen. Wow, great story. Let's save it for another time. Now come. Just as Clara stepped down from the motorcycle, we heard police sirens outside. I pulled Clara away before Gerardo or anyone else could frame her. How? Shh, you're a suspect. If anyone asks why you're hiding behind this bush, pretend that you're from a really exotic island, you know? Maybe you're collecting a... Emma, I'm such an idiot. I've ruined everything. My grades, my life, my future, our relationship. Gerardo told me not to talk to you anymore because he wanted me all to himself. Emma, I am so sorry about everything. I just really need my friend right now. Hey, don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. You and your family can stay with us until you guys get back on your feet. Let's just go home and get you cleaned up. I missed you. I missed you too, Emma. Thank you.
Some superheroes strut around in capes, while others rock pixie boots and a trendy poncho. Because, yes, you are looking at a real superhero. Hi, I'm Annie, and I'm from New Jersey. Don't be fooled by my cute pink locks and dazzling big blue eyes, because as it turns out, I'm also a bit of a crazy, jealous maniac. You know, every superhero has a weakness. Mine was my dad. My dad was the center of my world. Mom left when I was 3, so it was always me and him. We'd hang out all day, and he'd do whatever I wanted.
Let's jump on your bed and then go fishing for sharks in the park.
I've just made the bed and it's raining outside, but whatever makes you happy, my angel.
My dad was the best. He was my superhero. We did everything together and made a big effort to share each other's interests. For example, he learned the names of all the dogs from Paw Patrol.
You're such a sky.
In return, I learned to play chess, which was Dad's favorite game.
Kapow! That's a check and a mate.
One time, when I had a high fever, I asked him not to leave my side for 1 minute.
I promise, Annie, I never will.
And I totally believed him. He even made a pulley system to get the Uber food delivery to my bedroom window without leaving my room. But then, the worst thing happened. A couple of days later, instead of making me breakfast, he grabbed his car keys and let a babysitter in.
I must go to work today, Angel Annie. Teresa will look after you.
No, Daddy, I'll go with you.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I have to go alone. It's for the best.
Why?
Because we need the money to live.
Fine. If you want to leave, you'll have to step over me, and everyone knows that's bad luck.
And to my surprise, he actually stepped over me to leave. I hated babysitters and caused as many problems as I could to get my dad to come back. He used to be late for work pretty much every day and had to sneak out during lunch and leave early to take care of me. So you can imagine what happened next.
I got fired.
Yay! Daddy's at home forever! Yeah!
I was ecstatic, thinking things would go back to normal when I got the biggest shock of my life, kindergarten. I cried all the way and threw a total hissy fit at the front gates.
Why?
To learn and get a good job when you're older.
Jobs suck!
You'll make lots of friends.
Friends suck!
I hated it and let everybody know that I did.
I hate it, 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 I hate it. Stop! Dad got more calls from the kindergarten than the principal's secretary. I know what you're thinking. I was a little monster. And yes, I was. I just couldn't help it. I wanted to be with my dad so bad. Soon, kindergarten turned to school, but things didn't improve. I felt so alone and sad without my dad, and I was always getting into trouble. But then one day, I got the best news ever.
I know how unhappy you are at school, so I talked with the principal and I'll take a job at your school as a janitor. This way, we can spend all the time you want together, and I can have a job. God knows we need the money. I know it's not glamorous, but would it be too embarrassing for you?
What? Just you and me again? This is the best job ever!
But there is one condition. You must behave, because if not, I'll get fired. You promise?
Oh, I promise. Pinky promise! And for some years, things were amazing. We drove to school and worked together, sat together at lunch, and whenever he'd go past my classroom mopping the floor, he'd give me a goofy wave. For the first time, I focused on my schoolwork because I didn't want to mess up our arrangement. Other kids were even inviting me to parties.
You should go. Make some friends.
Maybe you could come with me?
Annie, you must learn to do things without me. Rely on other people.
Really? Maybe you're right. I guess I can go for like half an hour. Nah, let's just hang out here and watch TV. But then it all changed. I was supposed to be meeting some peeps at the movies, but then remembered Dad's favorite TV show was on. So I decided to go back home and watch it with him. But when I opened the door, I found that Dad was having dinner with a woman with candles and flowers on the table.
Annie, Angel, I wasn't expecting you. This is Fern, my new friend.
Hello, Annie. I've heard so much about you. It's great to meet you at last.
Funny, I've heard absolutely nothing about you.
I was hoping we'd spend some time with Fern, Annie.
Three's a crowd. Suddenly, I felt so jealous. Why would he want to spend time with her and not me? Soon, Fern became a permanent fixture at our place. Despite my grumpy face when she was around, she was always super nice to me. Wanna hit the shops? I have the biggest discount card. Maybe you can use it to buy another book on winning over skeptical teenagers. And at school, Dad was always calling her. She even joined us for lunch some days. I tried to do everything to get his attention when they were together. Like the time in the canteen, she'd made us all sandwiches, and I pretended to choke. Poison! But they were too busy staring into each other's eyes to notice. Soon, Fern moved into the house, and even though I kept moving her things around, she was always calm and supportive.
You can always talk to me about anything, you know.
I'm fine!
You and your dad have such a special relationship. I wouldn't want to come between you two.
Well, cheers for that!
You can rely on me too. I'll always have your best interests at heart.
Yikes, is that the time? Gotta run! It felt like Dad was slipping away from me, but at the same time, I was also starting to become independent. During that time, I joined the chess club and quickly showed talent, no doubt thanks to all those games with my dad. I even won the school tournament and got invited to represent the school in an international tournament in Belgium. I knew it was a life-changing trip, but I also knew that my dad's job as a janitor didn't pay much. He would not be able to afford the expenses of such a trip, so I had to decline the offer. I was pretty sad about it, and soon things got even worse. That same afternoon, I got to class, and one of the more popular girls was sitting in my seat, slurping on a milkshake and making fun of me. Look at me, I'm Annie, and I'm so lame because my dad's my BFF. Great, that's really mature. Now move your butt from my seat. Oh no, you better call your personal janitor to clean up this mess. What mess? I shouldn't have asked, as she threw her milkshake on the floor on purpose. This mess? What are you waiting for? You better call Daddy. I jumped on her and tipped the rest of the milkshake over her, and that's when the teacher intervened. I got after-school detention. I was really scared that Dad would find out, but thankfully, he went home after finishing his shift. I was super relieved, but then, on my way out from detention, I heard a weird rustling noise from one of the classrooms. That's odd. Everybody went home already. I thought it was best to get out of there, but suddenly, a man in a ski mask rushed out of a classroom, holding a bag full of the school laptops. Oh no, a thief! I froze in my spot as he spotted me and stopped for a few seconds, then started running down the hallway. As he ran past me, he accidentally hit me with the bag of laptops, and I yelled in pain as I stumbled to the floor.
Oh my god, are you okay?
I looked up in shock as I recognized that voice. Dad? Suddenly, he dropped the bag and ran down the hallway and out of the school. I tried to follow him, but he was too fast. So I sprinted home, and there he was, Dad, completely out of breath and with the ski mask in his hand. The first thing he told me was to keep my voice down so Fern wouldn't hear. Dad, seriously? Stealing from the school? Are you crazy?
Annie, you've got it all wrong.
Oh, really? Ski mask? Swag bag? Come on!
Keep it down, will you? We can't let Fern hear this.
Start talking.
I did it for you, Annie. Professor Parker told me about the chess tournament and the trip to Belgium. He told me that you turned him down without even telling me. I want the best for you. I don't want you to lose out on something like this because of me. But the moment I saw you, I knew I couldn't go through with it. Now, we can't let the police know. They'll lock me up. If you think about it, no harm was done. Nothing was stolen, so everything's great.
Of course, everything wasn't great. While his intentions were sweet, he made a huge mess in school. The principal had reported the attempted robbery to the authorities, and I had to testify in front of the police as the only witness. I couldn't turn in Dad, so I had to lie. I told them that the thief was super short and had green hair. I hoped to keep a low profile about the whole thing, but the next day at school, I was treated like a hero. The girl who saved the school. My hair would have just frizzed out in fear. You're like a real superhero now. Yep, I guess that's me. Want to hang out with us and tell us all about it? And oh, let's snap a selfie. I need to boost my feed with some genuine hero vibes. But the worst thing was, since I caught Dad red-handed, he'd become increasingly clingy and hardly left my side. I guess he was scared I'd confess the truth, but it was really annoying. Like when this really cute boy Warren, who I liked but I didn't think had ever noticed me, talked to me.
Hey, Annie. I'd love to take you out for a burger. Sorry, she's busy.
Dad?
Come on, hun. It's lunchtime. The first one to our seat wins the pudding.
Sorry, Warren. I'll just have to go now. A burger soon, though.
Sure.
But soon, I started hanging out with Warren and his new friends all the time, while Dad's excuses to drop by became increasingly awkward and downright embarrassing.
I came by to check if you seen my lost, mop. Thought I might have wandered into your classroom.
And he'd always pick the worst times to barge in.
I think I'm falling for you in a big way. I think we need to clear the air here.
Dad! I'd had enough, and on the way home, I thought of ways to let him down gently. But I ended up screaming the truth at him in the driveway. Dad, it's time for a reality check. You can't shadow me forever. How about picking up a hobby that doesn't involve stalking me? You're suffocating me. Then he looked down and rolled his puppy dog eyes. I began to feel very guilty. But then big news popped up on my phone. A very short man with green hair had been arrested for the school robbery. And it was all because of me.
Annie, we must go on the run.
No, Dad. You need to confess. Confess to what? And suddenly, we both turned around, and Fern was standing there with the groceries.
To not cleaning the bathroom properly.
You have never cleaned it properly, Annie.
Oh, I think my sock drawer needs some reorganizing.
Annie, you can tell me anything. I'll always take your side. You can trust me.
I didn't tell Fern. I thought she wouldn't understand. I tried to forget the whole thing, but I felt so guilty. That innocent guy was in jail because of me and my dad, and we needed to set the record straight. But I just couldn't turn my father over to the police. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I was so angry at my dad that the next morning, I skipped breakfast and took the bus to school. But when I got there, I saw him getting into a cop car. Dad! Loads of people were standing around, watching and filming, and I was mortified. I tried to make my way through, but when I reached the police car, it drove away from the school. Then the principal came over and pointed at me. Warren and my friends were shocked.
It seems Annie isn't a superhero after all. She was an accomplice to her dad.
I've never felt such deep shame. If I had superpowers, I'd have vanished right there or zapped myself to the North Pole. I covered my face, crying, and was ready to run away from there, but a cop caught my arm. Time to face the music and confess. But when I finally told the truth, I felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. They let me off with just a warning since I was a minor, and my dad took full responsibility. Fern came to pick me up, and I was enraged with her. I knew she couldn't be trusted. How could you betray us like that?
I must confess that I heard you guys whispering around. I quickly understood what was happening, and I knew I had to step in. You didn't deserve to live with that huge secret and with the guilt. I knew it was the right thing to call the police, and I was about to do it, but then I just couldn't. Not to save your dad, but because I know how close you guys are and how devastating it would be for you. I just didn't want to hurt you. I started started crying. "Thank you, Fern, for everything, and I'm sorry for being a brat with you." Fern hugged me firmly, and I hugged her back. During those hard times, we became really close. She took me home and stood firmly by my side through it all. But if you didn't turn him in, then who did? Some weeks later, they allowed me to visit Dad.
I confess everything myself. It was unfair that someone else was arrested, and it felt even worse that you lied for me. I was afraid you'd start hating me for dragging you into my mess, so I gave myself up. I'm so sorry for being such a terrible dad.
Dad started crying, and I soon joined in. "No, Dad, you've been the best. I'm sorry I've been so difficult, and you don't need to feel like I'm missing out on anything. Promise, you won't ever do anything like this again."
Pinky promise.
And now, a few months later, Dad has been released, and we're moving with Fern to a new city for a fresh start, and I'm looking forward to making new friends. In Grimm's version of the fairy tale, apparently my sister and I weren't even worth naming. But at least we were rightly described as beautiful. In Disney's version, our names are mentioned, but can you recall them? No. I bet all you can remember are two pug-nosed sisters with terrible hair, the nasolabial fold of a 70-year-old, annoying voices, and very big feet. The thing is, we really weren't ugly, especially me. Honestly, I was kind of a looker from the right angle. No, move to the left. That side is prettier. Like, sure, I could have benefited from a nose job if it was a thing back then, but I've got great hair, a bangin' body, and deep eyes that look like dark pools you could drown in. Or so I've been told. No, the problem wasn't us. The problem was her. Because next to her, anyone would look like a gnarly potato. You know how one day you feel you're looking really good? The skin is skinning, the hair is hairing, the outfit's outfitting. And then you see some celebrity on Instagram and feel like you two can't even be creatures from the same planet? Yeah. That's what the Cinderella effect was, making everyone around her look like E.T. And you know what the biggest joke is? She was never a victim or forced to be our maid. She was very OCD, so scrubbing everything like a maniac all the time is entirely on her. No one asked her to do that. I guess she didn't love being a nobody, because slowly, very slowly, she started spinning her story. And before we knew it, we were the villains. She was the poor, mistreated servant girl, and I was the bitter hag trying to steal her man. But he was my man first. My name is Drizella, and I'm here from the dead to tell you the true story of how Cinderella pulled off one of the greatest cons in history. She got the name, the ball, the prince, the animated pigeons, the march, the eternal adoration. And it's built on lies. All of it. Well, except for the part about me having really big feet. Like, I was told most of my life to shop from the men's section of the shoe store. I bet that's half the reason I've ended up being a villain in every version. Because how dare I imagine myself as a worthy princess with my US size 11 feet? I digress. I must stay on track. And even though my version of events is no charming fairy tale, I must begin the story the right way. Once upon a time, there was a man with a family, a fortune, and a functioning household. So naturally, he had a midlife crisis and ran for the hills.
Gone to figure myself out. Don't wait for me. And tell your mother, it's not me, it's her.
I hope you figure out you suck big time. Yeah, I wasn't shocked. Because honestly, we'd be idiots if we hadn't seen this coming.
I crave adventure. This provincial family life is suffocating my soul. Someday I'll leave to seek my higher purpose. Marriage and fatherhood can't be it. I have to find myself, and I really don't think I can do it, while married to you specifically.
But Mother was still blindsided, shocked, bamboozled. Why had he left? Was it because she wasn't pretty enough, or young enough, or hadn't plucked her eyebrows properly since 1823? Maybe her elbows were too pointy. Maybe her eyes lacked emotional depth. I tried to explain that it was more about him being a spineless lizard running away from adult responsibility, but she just kept sinking in the depths of her despair and the couch. And without a husband around, she went into full damsel in distress mode.
Oh, how I crave pickles. If only I had a man with strong arms to open this jar for me.
Never mind that she had servants to open all the jars in the world and 2 perfectly decent daughters. Okay, fine. She had 1 decent daughter, because the other one was Anastasia. Let's just say that we didn't know back then that excessive glue sniffing causes brain damage. And that kid always had her head stuck in a pot of glue. Anastasia, focus! With father gone and mother officially losing her mind, you and I have to run this household. Mother has plenty of money, but we need to start budgeting.
Why? Mother is always telling me to stop budgeting when I'm around horses because it makes them nervous. Like, hello, lady, I'm the nervous one here. I'm the one who got kicked by a horse in the head.
No, she's telling you to stop fidgeting. Those are 2 completely unrelated things.
Are you sure? They sound a little related.
They're not! Look, budgeting just means that we need to keep track of our expenses. For instance, how much do we spend on candles per week?
Oh, candles? At least 11.
11 what?
Candles.
I meant money.
What about it?
How much money do we spend on candles?
We spend money on them?
No, Anastasia. They just grow on trees and we pluck them like fruit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Candles are free. What's the next item on your fidgeting list?
Yep. This was my partner in responsibility. Her loyalty was unwavering, as was her misunderstanding of absolutely everything. She had a heart of gold and the usefulness of a fork in a soup bowl. Okay. I'll stop roasting my poor sister now. Despite all her flaws, she was my rock. Heavy, useless, and mostly in the way. Bazinga! But we soon had a much bigger problem at hand. Mother was dying for attention from men, and word of her wealth and desperation spread fast, sending every gold-digging bachelor within 100 miles our way. And I figured out how to get rid of them fast. Of course, my sister slowed me down. Okay, Anastasia, are we ready for afternoon tea?
Absolutely. I ordered those fancy pastries Mother loves, fresh lilacs, lemon curd.
No, Anastasia, not the actual tea. The plan. Are we ready for the plan?
Oh, the plan. Right. Let me just quickly cancel the musicians.
You ordered musicians? This isn't an actual date. It's an ambush. Do you remember the strategy or not?
Not really, but I'll think of something on the spot. You know I'm very quick on my,
Did you just forget the word feet?
Quick on my feet? No, that doesn't make sense. You know I run slower than a duck. I have yet to beat a duck in a race.
Oh my God. Focus on the tea.
Fine. I'll spill tea on his thighs.
No, that's not what we... Actually, you know what? You do that. Leave the rest to me.
Great. And afterwards, we can eat the pastries?
Yes, we can eat the pastries.
And the lemon curd?
Yes, fine. The lemon curd, too. I had discovered that the fastest method to drive off unwanted suitors was to casually mention Dad, and then watch Mother spiral into all 5 stages of grief. Well, 4. Acceptance was off the table. Mother, you look lovely today. Isn't this the dress you were wearing the day Father left?
No, that was the lavender one.
Oh, yes. The one Father said made you look washed out.
He said what?
Madam, you look absolutely radiant today. I cannot understand why any man would leave you.
Of course he didn't leave me. He just relocated temporarily. I'm sure at this very moment he's thinking about how much he misses me, and he's making his way back home.
Oh, I didn't think this was something temporary.
You're right. I'm such a fool. Because honestly, what is there to miss? Just the woman who gave him the best years of her life. I held this family together. I cooked. I cleaned.
When? You ironed a napkin. Once.
And I'm the one who holds anything together.
But if he'd just communicated properly, I could have changed. I could have sent my daughters to finishing school and gone with him to find himself and slept under the stars. I could have been free-spirited and spontaneous. Do you think if he knew this, he'd come back?
I really can't say, madam.
Oh, there's no point thinking about it. He's gone now. But you're here to mend the pieces of my broken heart, right? You have good, strong shoulders to cry on. I'm going to cry on them so much.
It's getting kind of late for my hostess dinner. This has been lovely.
Are you running away from me too?
No, I mean, yes, but it's not you, it's me. Oh!
He was leaving anyway, genius. Tea is expensive.
You're all crazy.
As he ran off and Mother sobbed into the tablecloth, we high-fived. I thought I was so smart, chasing off Mom's suitors and taking charge of the household. But then I made the biggest mistake of my life. Yeah, bigger than letting Anastasia give me a haircut once. I hired a gardener.
Ma'am, thank you for the position. If it pleases you, my daughter Ella will also be staying with me in the servants' quarters. I'm sure she can make herself useful to you.
A girl my age emerged from behind him, and I will never forget the first time I saw her. Her hair was like honey catching sunlight, her skin like porcelain, and her patched-up linen dress looked better than any silk I owned. Her eyes were the kind of blue that would make painters cry into their palettes trying to replicate it. Every feature on her face was in perfect harmony. And then she smiled. We didn't know it yet, but the entire trajectory of our lives was rewritten at that moment.
Oh my, just look at you, child, like something out of a dream. You're perfect.
You're too kind, ma'am. I'm so grateful to you for letting me stay.
She's glowing. Should people glow? Do you use some kind of special shampoo made from unicorn tears and fairy dust?
You're funny. I like you.
Did you hear that, Gisela? She likes me.
As Mother led her father away to show him their living quarters, and, I don't know, Anastasia went after a butterfly, Cinderella stayed back and looked directly at me.
Drizella, isn't it?
Yes. And you're Ella?
Yes, but my late mother nicknamed me Cinderella because I'd always sleep by the fireplace and get covered in ashes. You know how nicknames stick. You don't have one?
No, but you can call me Miss.
You hired my father, Miss. That means you changed my life, and I'll be sure to return the favor.
I felt a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the weather. As she walked away, I just knew I disliked her intensely. Part of me thought it was because I was jealous, and yeah, of course I was. But I just had a feeling that beneath that flawless facade was someone calculating and dangerous. And oh, how I wish I wasn't right for once. At first, she just helped. She polished the silver, dusted the bookshelves, organized the pantry, but then she started having ideas for everything. She rearranged the furniture, suggested new colors for the curtains, and started embroidering tablecloths and crocheting bedspreads.
It's like watching angels knit.
Even I couldn't deny her taste was impeccable. And soon, Mother wanted her opinion on everything. And then she was suddenly instructing all the maids, the butlers, and even the cook. The cook! That toad never listened to anything I said. The house sparkled, the cutlery gleamed, the food actually had flavor, and I could see my reflection in the floors now. How could I complain about that? But I couldn't help being bothered by how she had Mother and Anastasia wrapped around her little finger. She would make them face masks and hair oils, play the piano for them like she was Mozart's daughter, and sing like a nightingale. And then there was the dancing. There was a celebration, as always, at the end of the harvest season. And as the servants gathered to dance, Cinderella joined them. She didn't dance like a girl raised in servant quarters. She danced like the air was conspiring to hold her up, like the music was written just for her, like she'd spent her whole life rehearsing her steps to perfection. Everyone was mesmerized.
She's so graceful. Not like my girls.
That was the first time I heard her say it. Not like my girls. But it wasn't the last. Soon, Mother was drawing comparisons between her and us all the time, telling us how we could try to be more like her. And I swear, I would have given up and accepted her perfection and superiority if it wasn't for the bird incident.
Come here, Gisela, look! A robin's nest right outside Ella's window. Isn't it sweet? It's going to have babies soon.
Yes, lovely. But I bet it won't be so sweet when they're all screeching at dawn. The two of them continued to look utterly enchanted, and I lost interest soon and left. But the next morning, I ran outside to Anastasia screaming. I found her standing under the tree, and the nest lay on the ground, completely destroyed. The eggs and the robin were gone. Anastasia cried half the day, wondering if it was the work of an evil squirrel, or an evil raccoon, or an evil eagle. Later that evening, Cinderella walked into the living room, holding something behind her back.
Mother, I made you a gift.
Mother? Since when did she... Then I saw the gift, and my blood ran cold. It was a delicate comb, woven with tiny blue-gray feathers twisted through gold thread.
Oh, my dear, it's exquisite.
Mother kissed her on the cheek. Anastasia clapped, while I just stared, stunned. This couldn't just be my imagination running away with me, right? Still feeling uneasy, I was going up to my room for the night when I found Cinderella polishing the stairs banister vigorously. Still cleaning? You really love it, don't you?
Oh, yes. It really helps me think. And all the work makes me sleep soundly at night.
You should be sleeping well tonight anyway. You know, without all that chirping right outside your window.
Yes, such a noisy little thing that robin was.
I wonder what happened to it. And we both know it wasn't an evil squirrel. Cinderella straightened and met my gaze smiling.
Please, Drizella. Do I look like the kind of girl who murders birds?
No, but looks can be very deceiving.
People only see what they want to see. Luckily for me, they always want to see an angel.
Without a shadow of a doubt then, I knew this girl was a psychopath. I just stayed away from her as much as possible. I was also glad that Mother was spending less time with her since she'd recently found gardening and spent hours outside taking interest in dirt and compost. I was happy she had a healthy hobby. Until I walked into the living room one afternoon to find her and Cinderella's father sipping tea and holding hands. What's going on here?
What does it look like?
I'm hoping he's about to flip your palm over and read your future because no other explanation will make much sense.
Drizella, I know it's been hard on you since your father left and you miss him.
Nope, not even a little, not even at all. Speak for yourself.
Honey, a woman needs a man in her life. His companionship, his strong hands, his opinions. What I'm trying to say is, Mr. Rivers and I, we're...
No. If your next words are in love, I'm throwing myself out the window.
Will you just let me finish?
Fine.
In love.
Great. Fantastic. Open the window with your strong hands, Mr. Rivers, so I can throw myself out.
Why would you be so upset, Drizella?
And then, to always make things worse, Cinderella walked in.
It's a beautiful thing for two lonely widowers to find love again.
My father isn't dead.
We don't know that.
Oh my God. Had she found a way to get rid of him too? No, she was just saying things to irk me. Cinderella put her hand on my arm.
We're like family already. This just feels like it was meant to be.
I really thought I might gouge Cinderella's blue eyes out with a fork. So I stormed off, grabbed a horse, and rode furiously, not even sure where I was headed. I just had to get away. I remembered an old estate on the hill that had burned down decades ago. It had never been rebuilt, but the library had survived. I'd sneaked in there a few times before, and I definitely needed abandoned ruins to rage in right now. I pushed open the creaky library door, grabbed a book randomly from the shelves, and plopped myself onto the couch next to a pile of dusty blankets. But then the pile moved. I turned around, terrified, to see a boy emerge from under the blankets.
Oh, wow, it's just one girl. I thought an army of banshees had descended upon me.
Are you a ghost?
No, but that scream should have woken all dead people within a 5-mile radius. Ow! What was that for?
If it had passed through you, it would have meant you're a ghost. I was just checking.
Did you miss the part where I specifically said no to that question?
Why would I expect a ghost to tell the truth?
Then why even ask?
Okay, fair point. What are you doing here, blending into the furniture?
Exactly that. I just wanted to disappear for a while. What about yourself? This isn't the most obvious hangout spot for a girl like you.
A girl like me?
Well, you don't look homeless in your silk gown.
You're not exactly some local goat farmer yourself.
How dare you? I'll have you know I milked a goat. Once. It ran away crying, but still. My name's Henry.
Henry what?
Just Henry. First name Just.
Okay then. Just Henry. Countess Dracula.
Charmed to make your acquaintance. Now, is there any chance we could both disappear here together for a while? We don't have to talk about what we're running away from.
I like the sound of that. And somehow, after that, Henry and I started meeting at the old estate. Not often, maybe once every week. We didn't ask why the other was there. We didn't even ask real names. Of course, a part of me was growing curious, but not knowing also felt weirdly nice. Like we were two fugitives, hiding out here and talking about books, ideas, the world, anything but ourselves. But one afternoon, as I rode back home after meeting him, I came upon a scene of chaos. Mother was wailing like someone had died, Anastasia was blocking out the sound with pastries, and Cinderella was on the floor at Mother's feet, a picture of despair. It turned out that Mr. Rivers was a greasy rat who had run off with Mother's jewels, and he'd left Cinderella behind. Man, I would have given him the jewels myself if he'd just taken her.
He took advantage of me. He played with my heart and threw dirt in my eyes. I will never forgive him. I will tear out every flower he planted with my bare hands.
For a moment, I felt hope. Surely Mother would toss Cinderella out after this. She would be a constant reminder of his betrayal.
Please don't send me away. Please don't send me away. This is the only place I've ever felt safe. I will do whatever you ask of me. Please, I love you. I love our home, Mother.
Ugh.
Oh, my poor, precious child. How could I hate you? You're betrayed and abandoned just like me. Of course you will stay here, and we will heal together.
Anastasia and I were abandoned too, and Mother never paid attention to our healing. As Cinderella sobbed into Mother's lap, she shot me a sideways glance that clearly said, "Checkmate." Mr. Rivers' betrayal just cemented Cinderella's place in our home more firmly. Now she wasn't just beautiful, she was tragic too. She needed love and care, and everyone from the servants to the house cat wanted to give it to her. Mother now referred to her as my precious girl, while Anastasia and I were quietly downgraded to the other two. And I just found being around Cinderella unbearable. It's not like I was even needed around the house anymore. So I started slipping away more often to Henry. One afternoon, we decided to explore the woods near the estate. And barely 20 minutes in, there was a loud snap, a startled yelp, and I turned around to see Henry dangling upside down from a tree in a hunter's trap. I couldn't help laughing as he flailed around, trying to reach up and unhook himself.
A little help before I pass out, maybe?
I was just waiting for you to ask. I started tugging at the trap rope, but Henry kept giving me instructions nonstop.
You're doing it wrong. Step to your left. Pull tighter. Then twist. No, not like that. Oh, you'll break it.
Do you think I'm a helpless little girl who can't possibly figure out a rope trap for herself?
Have you ever seen a rope trap before in your life?
Of course not, because all I do is embroider cushions and sigh dramatically.
I bet you don't even know how to embroider.
You're right. I hate it. My threads get so tangled up that I want to poke someone in the eye with my needle.
Violent and unladylike. You're a real catch.
I yanked hard at the rope, and his face swung towards mine. Suddenly, we were too close, and his lashes were longer than any boy's had a right to be.
Ooh, your eyes are really pretty.
Flattery isn't going to make me help you faster.
No, really. They're dark and deep, like pools one could drown in.
That's just the blood rushing to your head. I quickly moved to brace the rope again, when suddenly I noticed his shirt had slipped to reveal his belt, which had a silver crest. The royal crest. Wait, are you from the palace?
Define from.
Define it before I drop you straight on your head.
Technically, yes.
Are you the court jester? The guy who polishes the king's shoes?
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna need better answers before I help you. I pushed him hard and sent him swinging like a pendulum.
Oh, come on, Lady Dracula, just let me down.
That's when I heard boots thundering through the woods. And before I could react, a pair of soldiers in armor grabbed me roughly by the arms. Another two swooped in, expertly cutting Henry down and catching him before he face-planted into the dirt.
Endangering the crown prince is a punishable offense, girl.
Endangering the who now?
Stand down, and she's harmless, unless she has a needle and thread in her hands.
I just gaped at him. You're the crown prince?
Yes, first name, Crown, second name, Prince.
You told me just Henry.
Well, I am just Henry sometimes. You never asked follow-up questions. You will say nothing of this to anyone, men. Same as you. Keep quiet about my visits here. Is that understood?
Yes, Your Highness.
Your Highness? Your Highness?
You look like you're both spiraling and want to murder me.
No, that's just my normal expression.
Now, since we're being honest and going for full disclosure...
You're a liar who got forced into telling the truth.
How about you tell me your real name, too?
Drizella.
That's pretty. Dracula suits you better.
Lots of names are coming to my mind for you, but I shall refrain from using them since I know who you are now. Good day, Your Highness.
Hey, don't let this change things between us.
But I kept walking without turning to reply. How could it not change things between us? The boy I'd been sneaking off to meet, regularly insulted, hit a couple of times, and maybe, possibly, definitely liked, was the freaking crown prince. I didn't go back to the estate for days, still finding the truth about him too overwhelming. But eventually, I cracked, so I rode back to the old estate one afternoon, and my heart skipped a beat to find him already there, throwing pebbles into a broken fountain.
Well, look what the cat dragged in. I was beginning to think you died. Or got married.
Sorry to disappoint you, but still alive and unwed.
You know, I was this close to going around town and knocking on random doors to inquire after a girl with violent tendencies and great hair.
I just rolled my eyes, but inside, I was smiling stupidly. We just sat in silence for a while.
I come here sometimes because it's all just too much. The title, the expectations, the spotlight. I don't even get along with my father mostly. I know I'm going to sound like an ungrateful brat, but sometimes I just don't want to be the prince.
I come here for quite the opposite reason, I suppose. I feel invisible in my own house, completely replaced by my stepsister. My pride wouldn't let me say the gardener's daughter. She's perfect. Everyone admires and adores her. It's not hard to see why.
Come on, no one's perfect.
Oh no, she really is. I'm sure this sounds like some petty sister jealousy, and it doesn't compare to your royal problems. But honestly, they don't sound so bad. No one expects anything from me. Well, except maybe being more ladylike so I can marry some stuffy lord one day. But you could do so much with your life, Henry. And people expect things from you because you're important. Because you matter. Henry reached across the space between us and slipped his fingers through mine.
You matter to me.
As my heart tripped over itself, he leaned in and kissed me. It was clumsy at first. Our noses bumped, my hair got stuck in his stupid jacket, and we started laughing. But it was so sweet and real. And for a while, I forgot Cinderella. I forgot he was royalty. I forgot about everything. It was just me and Henry. I floated through the next few weeks like some lovesick idiot. Of course, like any self-respecting lady, I didn't show it.
You're grinning like you've got a clothes hanger stuck in your mouth. What is so funny about my art?
I wasn't grinning. And what art?
The one you're staring at, my masterpiece. I made this cat sculpture from old socks and glue.
Ah, that art. The one cleverly disguised as garbage. It's the loveliest duck I've ever seen.
Cat. It's a cat.
Yes, that's what I said. It was the happiest I'd ever felt in my entire stupid life, which naturally meant the universe had to kick me in the teeth soon. One afternoon at the estate, Henry sat me down with a serious look I didn't like one bit.
I have to leave for a while.
What, running away to join the circus?
No. Father's sending me across the sea for an official royal delegation. It could be months, even a year, maybe.
I forgot how to breathe for a few seconds.
Drizella, you made me realize that I need to take my position and privilege more seriously instead of whining about it. So, yeah, I'm really trying.
I'm really proud of you, Henry, and I just know you're gonna be brilliant. But a small, selfish part of me wanted to scream, "Don't go. Just stay." We promised to write regularly, no matter what, and for a while, his letters were the only thing keeping me sane. Of course, I always picked them up from the post office. I didn't want to draw anyone's attention to our correspondence.
Dearest Countess Dracula, you will be thrilled to know that the local delicacy here is fermented fish eyeballs. Guess who had to eat 3? Smiling all the while. I cannot sleep at night because I keep imagining those eyeballs swimming around my gut, winking at each other. Send help.
Dearest one-time goat milker, I regret to inform you that my life is way more exciting than yours. Just today, Cinderella invented chamomile soap and taught our cat to fetch her ribbons. Anastasia lost an intense staring match to a goat. Mother tried flirting with the milkman, and he fled on the aforementioned goat. I am so close to faking my own death.
P.S. I miss your face and your insults. Mostly your insults. Fine, also your face.
P.S. I miss insulting you too. I'm forced to practice my skills on vendors at the market, but it's not the same. They cry too easily. Of course, it wasn't ideal, but every letter kept him close, and for now, it was enough. But then, the letters stopped coming. At first, I told myself it was all fine. There could be a million reasons for delays. But when 2 months passed by with no word, I started to feel a bit crazy.
Still nothing for you, same as earlier this afternoon. You want me to save you a trip and scream no at you from across the street every morning? You might consider picking up a hobby. How about embroidery?
I wasn't getting any letters, but I didn't stop sending them. Pages filled with jokes, questions, news, bad drawings. But weeks and weeks went by, and still there was no reply. By now, my heart was filled with dread. What if something had happened to him? But if that was the case, the news would be everywhere. And then finally, a letter arrived one morning. My hands were trembling so much, I almost ripped the letter trying to open the envelope.
Dear Drizella,
Hi, I'm Alicia, and I'm about to tell you how I met the love of my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. If there's one thing you have to know about me, it's that I wasn't an ordinary little girl. Being raised by a single father who was an ex-army officer does that to you. I had rules, discipline, and responsibility drilled into me since I was very young. And growing up, I found other kids my age really immature. I don't know why he'd break up with me. I wore the clothes he liked, woke up at 5 every morning to do my hair because he liked them curly and pretended to love watching wrestling. Excuse me, but I need to get that muffin. Can't you see that I'm crying? My boyfriend just broke up with me. Aw, I'm so sorry. You know, it reminds me of the time my dad took me for this obstacle course and I twisted my ankle so badly, the doctors told me I'd never be able to walk again. But I didn't lose hope, and here I am. How is that the same thing? It's not, because that was an actual problem. But yours is just a bunch of high school nonsense. Now move your butt, please. Needless to say, I didn't have a lot of friends, and I didn't care either. My life was all sorted out. Graduate school, get into a good college, work, and retire. But then I turned 18 and met Arthur. He was a transfer student from Greece, and boy, was he dreamy. The first time I met him was in gym class. We were playing catch, and I was so lost in looking at him. I totally missed the ball, and it hit me right in the face. I fell on my butt, and Arthur came running.
Are you okay? You're bleeding.
It's nothing. I'm used to much worse. On second thoughts, I might need a doctor. Arthur smiled and carried me to the nurse's office. The entire time I was there, he sat next to me, and later he dropped me home. We became friends after that, and slowly I fell for him. He was smart, mature, and sweet. If there was one guy I wanted to date, it was him. So I decided to ask him out, except I didn't know how. So I turned to MSA for help, and it did not disappoint. Rule number 1, never let your crush know you're interested in him. Avoid eye contact and do not speak at all. The next day, when Arthur waved at me in the hallway, I wrinkled my nose and turned away. He sat next to me in class, but I didn't pay any attention. But then in the cafeteria, he caught up with me.
Are you avoiding me?
Me? Avoiding you? Oh, don't be silly. I was just really busy thinking about global warming and how it's impacting the fish population. Oh, that reminds me. I have to water my fish. My plants. I'll see you around. And I just ran before I embarrassed myself further. After that epic failure, I turned to step number 2. Dress up nice and behave like a total diva. I went shopping, picked up a bunch of dresses, and the next morning it took me 2 hours to get ready. I thought I looked great, except the moment I entered, everyone started pointing at me and laughing. Oh my god, why is she dressed like a peacock? What is that on her face? Did someone finally punch her for being a know-it-all? I was so embarrassed. I immediately turned around and ran for the bleachers. I was still sulking when Arthur walked up to me.
If you rub your lips anymore, they're gonna fall off.
This lipstick won't come off. Ugh, it's so annoying.
Let me help you. Also, I'm not saying you don't look good with makeup, but you actually look way prettier without it.
Really? Does that mean you'll go out with me?
Are you serious? I wanted to ask you out for the longest time, but everyone in school told me you're a cold-hearted cold-hearted girl who hates people.
That's not true. I hate dumb people. There's a difference. So, you and I, dinner tomorrow?
I'd love to.
My first date with Arthur was perfect, and he told me that his parents were divorced like mine, and he lived with his mom and 9-year-old brother Charlie. We started dating soon after, and spent all our time together. People in school were also nicer to me since I was Arthur's girlfriend, and even Dad liked him a lot. Life was just better with him in it, until things started getting weird. Some days he would come to school looking like a half-dead zombie, and other days he would skip school altogether. His grades were slipping, we were barely seeing each other, and I knew something was wrong. So one day when he canceled our date, I went to his place with his favorite ice cream. But when I knocked on the door, some kid opened up. Hi, you must be Charlie. Is your brother around?
Is that ice cream? Give me it.
Hey, that's not very nice. Say, ma'am, could I please have that tub of ice cream? Repeat after me.
Sure. Ma'am, give me the ice cream or I'll kick you.
And Charlie kicked me on my shin, snatched the tub, and ran away. As I yelled out in pain, Arthur came running downstairs.
Alicia, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
When would I tell you? You hardly talk to me these days.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just that Mom's getting married again. The guy doesn't want Charlie in his life, and Mom loves her stupid boyfriend so much that she decided to move out, leaving me in charge.
Why wouldn't you tell me that before?
Because it's embarrassing, and I didn't want to drag you in my mess.
I'm already a part of your mess, and we'll get through it together. Okay, I know that was a bit cheesy, but Arthur looked like he was gonna break in a million pieces, and I really wanted to help him. Besides, how bad could a 9-year-old be? Turns out, a lot, because Charlie Charlie was a total devil. He would cry over the smallest things, throw tantrums if he didn't get his way, and would constantly butt into my dates with Arthur. We hardly spent any time alone. I was pretty sure he just hated me. Like one time, I was waiting for Arthur in his living room, and Charlie kept giving me death stares. Something on my face?
I was just trying to figure out how someone can look like a horse and a camel at the same time.
That's kind of mean, Charlie.
And you're kind of ugly. Anyway, have fun on the date. It won't last long.
And 10 minutes into the date, Arthur got a call from the babysitter that Charlie had locked himself in the washroom and we had to run back. Then another time, it was Dad's birthday and I had planned a really cool surprise for him. I'd invited all his old friends from the army. Arthur helped me deck up the place and I was arranging the cake when Charlie walked up to me.
Oh, wow. This cake looks yummy. Give me a piece.
Only after my dad cuts it.
But I'm hungry now.
Then eat something else. There's a whole pizza on the counter.
Are you stupid? I said I want the cake.
Charlie tried to get the cake, but I got in his way. He shoved me away, and I accidentally knocked into the cake, which crashed to the floor.
Whoopsie. Guess no one gets to eat it.
What happened? I heard some noise.
Your brother ruined my surprise.
I just asked her to give me some cake.
And I asked you to wait.
Relax, Alicia. We'll get a new cake. I'm sure your dad won't know.
That's not the point, Arthur. Your brother is a spoiled brat. He needs some discipline. You put that kid on a leash, or I swear I will.
He's my brother, not some dog I can put a leash on. I know he made a mistake, but he's just a kid. You know what? We'll just leave. We wouldn't want to ruin your evening any more than we have.
Perfect. Arthur took Charlie's hand and they left. I wanted to stop them, but I was too mad. Later that night, when I calmed down, I realized I might have been too rude and called Arthur up, but he didn't answer. He didn't even show up to school the next day, and neither did Charlie. So I went to his place to talk to him and saw Charlie crying on the porch. What's wrong?
Arthur wasn't here when I woke up this morning, and I don't know where he went.
Did you call him?
He left his phone behind.
Then why didn't you answer when I called? Anyway, don't worry. We'll find him. But till then, you're coming home with me.
No, I don't like you.
You don't have to like me, but I'm not leaving you alone till Arthur gets back.
So annoying.
We waited the whole day for Arthur to show up or get in touch, but he didn't. By nightfall, I decided to sleep in the lounge and offered Charlie my room. If you need anything. The next morning, Arthur was still a no-show. I couldn't reach his mom either, and then remembered he told me she was out of the country on her honeymoon. Next, I asked his friends and colleagues, but none of them knew where he was. Eventually, I contacted the police, but even a week later, they had no news of him, and I was worried sick. What could have possibly happened to him? Meanwhile, Charlie refused to go to school or shower. He mostly kept himself locked in my room and reacted rudely to any nice gesture I made. I was losing my mind. So I turned to Dad for help, and he promised he'd get a word out to his colleagues in the army to track Arthur down. I still don't know what to do with Charlie. He shuts me down every time I try to talk to him.
He's been through a lot, Alicia. What he needs is some distraction to keep his mind off things. After your mom left, you were all over the place. That's why I built such a strict routine for you, so you wouldn't have time to think about her. Maybe you should do something similar.
I decided to give Dad's advice a shot, and the next morning, I walked to Charlie's room and woke him up. Get up. We're going out.
Is Arthur back?
No.
Then let me sleep and go away.
Nope. You're getting up right now. Charlie resisted, but I dragged him out of bed, and somehow we made it to the bus stop. He kept cursing me the whole way, but I didn't care. And minutes later, we were at our destination, the paintball arena.
I'm not going in there.
Why? Too chicken to lose?
As if you're on.
Charlie and I had a great time at the paintball game, and it was the first time I actually heard him laugh. Afterwards, we went to a trampoline park and jumped our hearts out. By the end, he was so tired he could barely walk, so I called a cab and took him to my favorite burger joint, but he just stood at the entrance and stared. What, you don't like burgers?
No, it's just that this was my favorite place to come with my mom. Every weekend, we'd come here and play our favorite songs on the jukebox machine. And now, she doesn't even call me, and Arthur's left me too.
Arthur will be back in no time, I promise you. He loves you a lot, Charlie, and no matter what, we'll always be here for you.
You too?
Yes, me too. Charlie cried and hugged me tight. For the first time, I saw him as a heartbroken kid who just wanted his family back. Since then, Charlie warmed up to me. We'd have breakfast together, and he would always make my bed when I got home from school. He was a lot calmer and hardly threw a tantrum. I couldn't wait for Arthur to come back and see how much progress Charlie had made, but we still had no leads on him. I wanted to be strong, but with each passing day, my hopes of ever seeing him again were getting dimmer, and it broke my heart. Finally, one night, I broke down in front of Dad. I don't think Arthur's coming back, Dad. It's been weeks, and no one knows where he is. If he was in town, we would have found him by now. And Charlie, he's lost his mom and might lose his brother too. What can I even say to him? What? I turned around and saw Charlie standing at the door. You've been telling me all along the police will find him. You said you were sure. No, I'm sure he's fine, Charlie. I was just...
Stop lying! Why do all grown-ups lie so much? I hate you! All of you!
And Charlie just ran out of the house. Dad said he'd go after him, and as I was sitting in the kitchen in despair, the phone suddenly rang. It was the police, saying they'd found Arthur in a hospital close to town. I rushed to the location and texted Dad on the way. The doctors at the hospital told me that Arthur was brought in a few days back by the forest rangers. Apparently, he went on a hike and got injured, and since then, he'd been in a coma. I was sitting next to him when Charlie walked in with Dad.
How is he?
He hit his head, but he's out of danger. Doctors say there's a very good chance he'll be just fine. Charlie, promise me, no matter what happens, you and I will never fight again.
I promise. I will never scream again, and I will always be a good brother. He will wake up, right?
What do you think?
Hi, I'm Nova, and my life sucks. I used to think I was just unlucky, but thank God I later discovered it was a full-blown family curse. No, seriously. I grew up with a twin brother, Dorian, who was 2 steps ahead in everything. For starters, everyone thought he was the much better-looking twin. He'd play video games all the time and ace his tests, while I'd stay up all night studying, and my grades were still average. He was good at sports, I was just clumsy. Even our parents favored Dorian, especially Dad, who dreamt of making him a football legend. In 8th grade, I tried out for the small school talent showcase, just a silly cheer routine I made up on my own. I asked everyone to come, but that same day, Dorian had his big football practice match, and guess where everyone went? Yep, including my parents. What's going on?
Your brother scored the winning goal at his big match, so we called all his friends over to celebrate.
So you missed my talent show for a dumb match?
You participated in a talent show? Why? You're so uncoordinated. Just last week you tripped over a sock and hurt your head.
Thanks, but I don't need your judgment.
I'm just saying, maybe next time choose something you're good at. Oh wait, you can't. You're bad at everything.
Shut up or I'll kick your face. Ugh, so annoying. I ran upstairs fighting tears when I heard a soft voice calling from a bedroom down the hall.
Nova, is that you?
That's Ella. She's my younger sister, and she's been sick since forever. Doctors didn't even have a proper diagnosis, just a fancy name that meant they were still trying to figure out what was wrong with her. And since our parents were too busy making Dorian a star, it was usually left to me to look after Ella, which I didn't mind at all.
Hey, how was your talent show? What did Mom and Dad say?
They never came because Mighty Dorian had a match.
So what? Did you have fun?
I almost did a backflip and only tripped twice, so yeah, it was fun.
Then that's all that matters.
Talking to Ella always made me feel better, but I could never tell her how I really felt. My problems just seemed so pathetic compared to everything she was going through. Even at school, I mostly kept to myself while Dorian hogged the spotlight. The only time people spoke to me was to ask for Dorian's number, so I barely had friends, until I met Maya in high school. She was new and asked me if I could show her around, and we hit it off right away. We liked the same music, same shows, and I finally had someone I could pour my heart out to. She was the only person I felt free and happy with, but that changed on her 18th birthday. Maya decided to throw a costume party. I was gonna be French fries, and she was gonna be ketchup. It was gonna be epic. But when I got to her place, I was the only one in a costume. I checked my phone wondering if I'd missed a text from Maya, but nothing. And worse, I found her standing near the pool talking to Dorian.
Oh. Wow, looks like someone didn't get the memo.
What is he doing here? And wasn't this supposed to be a costume party?
Oh, shoot. I thought I texted you. I wanted to have a costume party, but Dorian thought it was stupid for an 18th birthday.
And since when did you start taking advice from Dorian?
Since we started dating.
What?
He asked me out last week, and I said yes.
Why? Of all the men on the planet, why him? And you couldn't stand that there was finally someone who liked me more than you, could you?
Would you stop overreacting? You look like angry McDonald's French fries, and I can't take you seriously. Also, my feelings for Maya are totally genuine.
Genuine my butt. Everyone at school knows you change girlfriends faster than you change underwear. Maya, listen to me. Whatever garbage this guy's been feeding you, it's not worth it.
But I love him.
No, you're infatuated. Like every normal girl your age is with some butthead like him. Come back to your senses. Fine, I can see this is a total waste of time. So before I embarrass myself any further, I'm leaving, and we're done. I stormed off dramatically, only to walk straight into the birthday banner. I tried to fight it, but stumbled and knocked over an entire balloon arch. Maya ran to help me, but I spun around mid-fight and accidentally slapped her in the face.
Did you just hit my girlfriend?
I grabbed a paper cup and hurled it at Dorian's head.
Ow. Wow, that really hurt me, Nova. How will I ever recover from this concussion?
Everyone laughed as I ripped the last streamer off my leg and stormed out, and went straight to Ella. She was the only person who'd understand me.
Oh, wow. You look tasty.
I don't know about tasty, but I am definitely tragic.
Mom never let me have fries. Said they're too oily.
Here, take a bite. It might cheer you up.
You're weird.
And you're stuck with me. And I put my head down, and we dozed off. The next morning, I woke up to a bunch of missed calls from Maya, but I ignored them. So she sent me a bouquet with my favorite ice cream scoops, flew drones past my window with "I'm sorry" banners. At one point, she actually climbed up to my window to talk to me, but I just drew the curtains and ran into the attic so she wouldn't find me. I was looking for some boxes to hide behind when I accidentally knocked one over and a diary fell out. It had my grandmother's name on it, with a photograph of her standing next to someone who looked exactly like her. And there was a note. Lumiere se dara kinsol, veher dul ambrax? What? That's what it said, written in this bizarre language I've never seen before. Luckily, someone had scribbled a translation underneath. To break the curse, balance must be found. One light shall rise, one shadow bound. I read more and found out that my grandma had been overshadowed by her own twin, too. So she teamed with a psychic named Margot and crafted spells to break the twin curse, a generational cycle where one twin always thrived while the other faded into the background. I knew it sounded ridiculous, but this just couldn't be a coincidence. I was constantly lagging behind Dorian, not because there was something wrong with me, but because I was cursed. The note also said that to unlock the curse, like and subscribe to this video and leave a comment. Gotcha. She didn't write that. But seriously, like and subscribe. Things are about to get weird. I had to find out more, so the next day I skipped school and tracked down the psychic Margot. It wasn't too difficult since Grandma had her address in the diary, and by afternoon I was already knocking at the door of a rundown apartment. I waited for some old witchy lady to open the door, but instead it was a girl not much older than me. Sorry, I think I must have gotten the wrong address.
No, you're in the right place. We've been expecting you. Like me and the spirits. They told me you were coming. You're Nova, right? Hilda's granddaughter.
You know me?
I know a lot of things. Like it's gonna rain in about 5 seconds and you should come in.
And right on cue, it actually started raining. Freaky. Anyway, I walked in and the girl told me she was Margot's granddaughter and her name was Coco Lin.
My dad's Chinese and my mom's American. They couldn't decide whether to give me a Chinese name or an English one, so they mashed them together. Kinda has a ring to it if you say it on repeat. Coco Lin, Coco Lin, Coco Lin. Cool, right? I think it's very cool. Like, it's also pretty cool that I'm my grandma's reincarnation. I've retained some of her memories and her power to see the future, talk to ghosts, and read your star chart, yada yada. In fact, before I was my grandma, I was this super rich woman who went on a ship, met this cute artist. He was poor. I was loaded. We fell in love, but then the ship crashed and he died.
Like the movie Titanic?
What?
Never mind. Can we just get to work, please? I gave her the diary, and she invited me into the small room. As I settled into a beanbag, Coco Lin took the diary in her hands. Then suddenly, she threw her head back dramatically. Before I could ask if she was okay, she snapped her head forward like a possessed owl, then started spinning in slow circles. Then she dropped to her knees, flapped forward, and after a full minute of silence, popped back up.
All done. The curse is now reversed. Whatever once belonged to your brother is now yours.
Wait, what do you mean by reversed? I wanted you to end the curse.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for that, you'd have to find the original witch who cast the curse on your family. And she's probably dead. So unless you have a shovel and a time machine, this is the best I could do. Now remember,
Every spill has its repercussions, so just be aware of potential side effects.
What kind of side effects?
Mild nausea, headaches, nosebleeds, and in rare cases, hallucinations. It depends.
On what?
On how badly cursed you are. Just kidding. I fixed the curse, remember? You'll be fine. Would you like some tea?
But I just thanked her, paid her fee, and got out of there as fast as I could. The whole way home, I kept thinking if what I'd done was wrong. But was it really that bad if Dorian suffered a little? Also, Coco Lynn was kind of a weirdo, so I wasn't too sure if her chaotic head Roomba fixed anything. But boy, was I wrong. I looked around and I froze. This wasn't my room. It was bigger, with velvet curtains, a chandelier, and a full-length mirror. I jumped out of my bed and pulled the curtains, only to see a massive, perfectly manicured garden with fountains and a freaking swan. Why am I in this place? How did I get here? I checked my phone. It showed the same date as yesterday. Okay, this is clearly a dream. Ow! Ow! I pinched myself hard, and seconds later, Mom burst into the room.
Oh my God, Nova! Why did you scream like that? I thought some stalker tried to jump into your room again.
Again? When was the first time it happened?
Oh, my poor baby. You've been so traumatized lately, you've probably blocked out everything. It's fine. We can talk about it later. For now, drink your kale. You're already late for gym, and Coach gets cranky when you're not warmed up before cheer practice.
Mom, I don't do cheer practice. I barely passed PE. This isn't real. I rushed outside to find Ella's room. She might have answers. But the house was so huge, I had no idea which room was hers and accidentally entered Dorian's.
What are you doing in my room?
Shut up and tell me what's happening. Are you trying to pull some elaborate joke on me? Who even owns this house? One of your weird rich friends?
What are you rambling on about? I'm just living my perfectly miserable life in silence, and you won't let me have that?
If your life is miserable, I might as well be an earthworm.
You know, I saw this documentary about teen celebrities and how they all went bonkers at age 18. You should watch it. I think you'll fit right in.
You think this is funny? God, just tell me where Ella is and I'll leave.
Same place she's always been. Why? Suddenly remembered you have a sick sister who needs your attention?
I've always cared about Ella.
You don't care about anyone else but yourself, Nova. Now get out and go sign some stupid autographs.
I was shocked. The way Dorian was talking and everything Mom said could only mean one of two things. Either everyone in my family had lost their minds, or the spell actually worked and transported me to my new reality where I was the golden child. I ran back to my room and opened my closet to find shoes and clothes that I could never afford. Downstairs, Mom was smiling like I was the best thing that ever happened to her, while Dorian sat quietly on the side scowling. Then I went to school, and the moment I got out of the car, people flocked around me.
Hi, Nova. Love your outfit. Can we get a selfie?
Are you coming to my birthday next week? You can cut the cake if you want to.
It was like stepping into a dream where I finally mattered and wasn't invisible next to Dorian. I was still processing everything when Stacy walked over and linked her arm through mine.
There you are, bestie. I've been trying to call you.
Really? I didn't get any calls.
I said I was trying, but then I got busy with these new cheer uniforms. Everyone's obsessed with pink, but what do you think?
I actually kind of like blue. But clearly everyone else wants pink, so let's go with pink.
Oh, I knew you'd say that. We're so in sync. If you were a boy, I'd totally date you. I mean, you'd have competition, obviously, but I'd cheat on my boyfriend with you.
Okay, wow. I was best friends with Stacy? This girl who once insulted me in front of the whole school was now asking for my opinions? And over the next few days, it only got better. I had a personal stylist, a manager, and spa appointments booked every other morning. My closet had its own air conditioning, and Dorian had to ask my permission to even borrow a charger. My parents transformed into my biggest fans overnight, hovering at every photo shoot, attending even the smallest events, and proudly displaying an entire wall of my trophies and awards. At school, I never stood in line. I had my own table in the cafeteria stocked with fresh smoothies and sushi rolls. Teachers gave me extra credit just for showing up. And one afternoon, I got a letter from a college I hadn't even applied to offering me a full scholarship because they liked my vibe. My life was perfect, and it was everything I ever wanted. Until it wasn't. Because Stacy was as obnoxious as ever and was getting on my nerves.
Oh my God. Who died and left you that hideous skirt? And why are you carrying a Prada purse when I don't have one? You need to pay fashion tax.
What?
You know, do my homework, pack my lunch, clean my sneakers, that kind of thing. Now hurry up, I'm hungry.
The girl ran off in tears, and I turned to Stacy. Was that necessary?
No, but it's fun. And why are you being all judgy today? Did you forget the time you bullied that new girl, Maya? She was so terrified of you, she literally transferred schools.
I bullied her?
Every day. You made fun of how she dressed, the way she spoke, and then when your loser brothers started dating her, you totally snapped. My God, I'll never forget the tantrum Dorian threw when she left. I even have a video.
Stacy shoved her phone in my face, and I watched in shock. Dorian was having a full-on meltdown while I stood there laughing like a maniac. Seriously? What? And that wasn't even the worst part. The girls on my cheer team laughed and joked until I walked in. Everyone on my modeling team walked on eggshells around me. I even overheard this girl say that I should get an exorcism because I had a devil living inside of me. This one time during a shoot, my makeup artist accidentally dropped a brush. I reached down to pick it up and she recoiled like I was gonna hit her.
I'm so sorry. I'll get a new one immediately.
Hey, it's just a brush. Don't worry about it.
You're not mad?
Why would I be mad about an accident? While the photographer was adjusting his camera, I overheard two assistants whispering.
She seems different today. Last week she threw hot coffee at me because I got her the wrong brand.
Remember when she made Tina cry because she accidentally walked into her photos? Poor girl's still in therapy.
It felt like I jumped from living under Dorian's shadow to being the most hated person on earth, and it was heartbreaking. But what truly got to me was that at home, Dorian barely looked my way, and Ella never came out of her room. And every time I tried to meet her, Mom would freak out.
Her disease is contagious, sweetie. You know that. I can't lose another daughter to that stupid illness.
I really wanted to see her and share what I was feeling, but I was too swamped with photo shoots, press events, and parties to process it.
Has anyone ever tried snail mucus coffee? Apparently, it's very good for your skin.
I'm already having my vitamin C, D, E, G, H, Y, Z, Q to keep my nails shiny and healthy.
You know what, guys? If you hang upside down for at least an hour and a half, you will get the reddest cheeks ever.
Or you could get a brain hemorrhage and die.
Excuse me?
I'll just be right back. Jeez, how lame were these conversations? If these people were the cream of society, I'd rather be skimmed milk. The rest of the night was just as bad. The music was too loud, the people were fake, the food looked fancy but tasted like chalk. Then my date asked me to dance, and I accidentally stepped on his foot so hard he started limping. I rushed to grab him a first aid kit and came back to find him making out with a waitress. Ew. I just wanted to leave. I was walking to my car when I spotted someone across the road. Maya was standing at a stall selling t-shirts. I dropped everything and sprinted toward her. Maya! Oh my God, how are you?
Leave or I swear I will call the police.
Look, I know you're really angry at me and I deserve it, but I swear I didn't mean to.
You didn't mean to ruin my life? Come on, Noah. You and I both know you bullied me because you're evil. But honestly, you did me a favor. That school wasn't for me anyway. The only good thing that happened there was meeting Dorian, and I'll always be grateful for that. But you, I never ever want to see again.
Please, Maya, I said I'm sorry. I'll do anything to make up to you. I'll buy all your t-shirts.
I don't need your charity, Nova. But if you really want to help me, then help me sell these. You're a professional model, right?
She pulled out a pile of tees with the most chaotic slogans I'd ever seen. This too shall pass, like a kidney stone. The only X I want is extra money. Nice. Who came up with these?
Of course I did. I've always been really creative.
That's true. By the end of the night, Maya and I had sold every single t-shirt in her stall. We even clicked a bunch of pictures, and when I shared them on my Instagram, Maya's business exploded overnight. She called me the next morning telling me how people were begging for restocks. Someone even asked if she shipped internationally. I'd finally used my popularity for something good, and I was happy. But that changed the moment I entered school the next day.
Why were you hanging out with peasant Maya yesterday? It's all over your Instagram feed.
I was just trying to help her sell her stuff and apologized for being completely moronic.
You did not. It's against every rule book ever written for mean girls. Once you bully someone, you never apologize to them. Especially not if they're as ugly as peasant Maya.
Stop calling her that. She's a brilliant and hardworking girl, and she's 10 times the person you'd ever be.
10 times fatter, sure. She's a real inspiration for stretchy t-shirts.
Say one more word about her and I swear.
Or what? You'll cry into your organic kale smoothie?
I have a better idea. And I launched myself at Stacy, but she didn't even budge. Instead, she smiled and punched me. Then she jumped on me, pulled my hair, elbowed me in the stomach, and I almost threw up. I thought I was gonna die when a bunch of girls rescued me. Later, while I sat outside the nurse's office with an ice pack on my face, I overheard a group of girls whispering nearby.
Wow, Nova really thought she could take down Stacy? That girl's made of iron.
I heard her mom's Russian. She came here illegally, then married some rich guy, and that's how Stacy got all her money.
My maid's cousin works at their house. She says Stacy lives like a trash gremlin. Her room smells like stale yogurt and wet socks.
Ugh, gross. Imagine strutting around like a queen bee while your closet is a health hazard. If I were Nova, I'd wash my hands with bleach just to get the smell off.
They kept going, but I tuned out. Not because I was offended. Honestly, it all made sense. Stacy didn't rule the school out of confidence. She did it to distract people from the disaster she actually was. Anyway, I was feeling better, so I decided to take the day off and go home, when suddenly Dorian came running down the hallway.
Nova, it's Ella. They're moving her to a hospital. Her condition's getting worse.
The world blurred for a second, and I pushed Stacy out of the way and ran through the gates. We reached the hospital and saw Mom and Dad were sitting in the waiting room. Where is she? What happened?
She took a turn for the worse. The doctors are doing everything they can.
I sat down slowly. Ella, my baby sister, my sunshine. She was the only person who ever believed in me, and she was suffering. I buried my face in my hands. And that's when Dorian snapped.
Is this all your fault?
Dorian, please.
No, Mom, she needs to know. I've been trying for months to act normal, but no more.
What are you talking about?
You were supposed to babysit Ella, but instead, you chose to sneak out and go to your dumb party with her in the back seat. You'd barely gotten the car out of the driveway when you crashed into another car. You blacked out, and Ella took the hit. She's been in a coma ever since.
But Mom told me her condition was contagious. That's why I couldn't see her.
Well, she lied. Because you hurt your head too and forgot all about the accident. And Mom didn't tell you so you could live your perfect little life like the golden child you are. I swear, if something happens to her, I will never forgive you.
And he stormed away, leaving me totally shaken. I bullied my best friend. My brother couldn't even look at me. And my little sister was in a coma because of me. This wasn't the life I wanted. I stood up quietly while everyone was still talking to the doctor, slipped out of the hospital, and ran straight home. I stormed into the attic, flung open every box until I finally found the diary. The next morning, before going to the psychic's house, I went to the hospital. I just had to make sure Ella was okay. And thankfully, when I got there, she was sitting on her bed smiling. I stopped a doctor walking by. Is she okay?
Yeah, she had a seizure, but it shocked her system so hard, it jump-started her like an old car battery. Guess sometimes being on your deathbed has its perks.
I took one look at Ella's face and walked in. As soon as she saw me, her face lit up. I ran over and hugged her tight. Hey there, you slept for a really long time.
Yeah, well, I needed my beauty sleep. Why do you look so old and wrinkly?
Probably because I'm sad and sorry for everything. I messed up your life.
It wasn't entirely your fault. I was jumping around like a monkey in the back seat, remember? You couldn't even see the car behind us. I basically launched us into it. So I guess I'm sorry too.
Well, I'm sorry too, Nova. I shouldn't have snapped like that yesterday. I haven't always been the best brother because I've often let jealousy get in the way.
I wasn't exactly the best sister either. What I did with Maya and how I treated people around me was horrible.
Yeah, but you're changing. I saw what you did for Maya. That's growth.
I nodded slowly. I'd spent so long being angry about everything I wasn't. I forgot to appreciate what I had. My adorably flawed family. And all I really wanted to do was to go back and mend things now.
Namaste, fellow seeker. What brings you here today?
Oh, it's you. Welcome back.
You recognize me?
Why do you always ask the same question?
Of course I do. I can see through dimensions too.
Like, in one of my parallel lives, I was this really hot girl who lived on the streets doing odd jobs, until one day this handsome rich guy asked me to be his date. He bought me clothes, took me to parties, and eventually fell in love with me.
Like Pretty Woman?
Yes, I was a very pretty woman. But enough about me. Tell me what you need.
I told her I wanted to reverse the curse, and Coco Lynn stared at me blankly.
Are you sure? Once I reverse the curse again, the spell will seal itself. No more rewinds. So make up your mind. You can't keep jumping between realities.
I already have. I want to go home. And this time I won't hide behind Dorian's shadow or bad grades. I spent so much time being angry and dejected that I never really focused on myself. And that's why I never got anywhere in life. I can't control how people treat me, but I can control how I take their opinions. So now I'll live for me, with kindness and purpose.
Spoken like someone who's truly ready.
She stood, cracked her knuckles, and started chanting. The candles flickered, the walls shimmered, and then everything went blank. I woke up to the smell of burnt toast and the sound of birds. I sat up slowly and looked around. My old room. My old posters, my old creaky fan spinning above me. I rushed to Ella's room and found her sleeping peacefully. Then I went downstairs and saw Dorian kicking the ball like a dork. I ran and tackled him in a giant hug. Oh my God, I missed you.
Get off me. You broke my streak. Now I have to start all over again.
Well, so do I. That morning I got dressed and walked into school. And for the first time, people noticed. Not because I was a model or because I had 1 million followers, but because I held the door open. Because I helped a kid who dropped books. Because I smiled at people. For real. And that's when I realized that life isn't about being the favorite. It's about being someone you can be proud of, even when no one's clapping.
As Hermes, messenger of the gods, I've borne witness to countless tales spun across the tapestry of Olympus. With my winged sandals, I have traveled across the realms of the universe, carrying tidings that have altered fates. Among these tales, one that stands out in my mind is the story of Persephone and how a twist in her fate affects every mortal until eternity. You see, Demeter is the goddess of harvest, and she could turn the earth green with her touch. She made countless flowers bloom and coaxed bountiful crops from the soil. With her presiding over the planet, no living creature ever went hungry. She took great joy in her role, but her heart belonged entirely to her daughter Persephone, the Maiden of Spring.
I've never seen anything like you. Are there more of you nearby? Little princess, I know of a field where the flowers bloom as far as the eye can see. I can take you there if you want. Oh, really? Oh, that would be a sight to behold. Then come with me, sweet child.
Enough, spirit of mischief! I have given you plenty of chances to change, but it seems all you want to be is a troublemaker. Did you think you could lure my daughter away and I would be unaware?
Curse you, Demeter! Why should you and your child receive all praise and adoration when we, the spirits of nature, fade into the background?
A heart that is as poisoned with envy as yours cannot be cured. You are banished forevermore from these woods. Did you forget that you are not allowed to venture into the forest alone?
I'm so sorry, Mother. I only wished to see the magical flowers.
And you shall see many wonders, my child, but always within the safety of my reach. The world holds great beauty, but also grave danger. Come now, it's almost dawn. Let us go out into the meadows and make our own magical flowers bloom.
That sounds perfect, Mother.
Demeter always wanted to keep Persephone close to her. But as her daughter grew older, she turned into a beautiful young goddess who attracted the attention of many young suitors. Anytime a god smitten by Persephone's beauty sought her hand in marriage, Demeter sternly turned them away.
I cannot marry her off, Hecate. She is too delicate for the harsh world outside. Huh? These gods who come after her, they only see her beauty, not her gentle soul. They cannot care for her as I do. Demeter, you must be mindful of what Persephone wants too, or she might grow to resent her cage. A cage? Is that what you would call it? She has everything here that she could possibly desire. She's a powerful goddess, and under my guidance she can wield life from barren soil. Any god she marries will only dim her light. No, she will be here with me forever. Innocent and loved.
I do not desire to leave your side, Mother. I will stay here, forever.
But fate had different plans for Persephone. On a rare trip to Earth's surface, the Lord of the Underworld, Hades, was wandering through a grove of trees when his gaze fell upon a scene that held him transfixed.
Hades, my lord, you seem to be troubled. What weighs on your soul?
As you well know, when my brothers and I overthrew our father, the kingdom was divided among us. Zeus received the sky, Poseidon the sea, and I the underworld. I've never complained about my lonely lot, and do my duties justice. I don't frolic or play like the other gods, and work hard in my solitude. But mortals and gods alike see me as the embodiment of darkness, and their tales paint me as a monster to be shunned. My realm is necessary, but it is hated by all, as am I. But do they not see that I also have a heart, that I am made of the same cosmos as they, even yearn for the light sometimes?
What has brought this on, my lord?
Persephone, she is the light where there is none. She is life where all is death. Ever since I laid eyes on her, I can think of nothing else. But would she ever see past the darkness that cloaks me? Could she ever gaze upon me and see not a lord of despair, but a soul longing for companionship and warmth?
Persephone, Demeter's daughter. Indeed, her radiance rivals the dawn, but she is of the upper world.
I must have her as my queen, as my wife. Her presence would bring joy and life to a realm that only echoes with loneliness and sorrow. And I must believe that even in the underworld, love can find a place to blossom.
My lord, her mother would never allow it.
Perhaps there is a rightful path to this union. I will go to her father Zeus with a proposal of marriage. I only need his permission according to our customs. Get my chariot ready and prepare for my departure. Today, either I win a queen for my empty halls, or I resign myself to an eternity of despair.
The next day, when Persephone had wandered far from her companions in a field and was kneeling down to admire Narcissus, suddenly the earth beneath her shook.
Fair Persephone, be not afraid. I am Hades, lord of the underworld. My kingdom is vast and rich, but it lacks the radiance of your presence.
Unhand me!
Come with me and rule by my side in the shadows where eternity lies.
Let me go. My mother will tear the world apart to find me, and there will be no place dark enough to hide.
Where is Persephone? Something has happened to her. I can feel it. Leave everything and search for her, now!
Demeter's grief upon discovering her daughter's disappearance was immense, and as she roamed the earth searching for Persephone, she had neglected her duties. And so, the crops and trees began to suffer.
My daughter! My heart!
In her desperation, she sought the counsel of her old friend, Hecate.
Hecate, you who see into the shadows, help me find my daughter. You must seek Helios, Demeter. His all-seeing gaze pierces through deceit and darkness.
Taking the advice to heart, Demeter ascended to the chariot of the sun, where Helios guided the day.
Helios, please. You must tell me where my Persephone has gone. You see everything from your throne. Surely you must know. I can't bear this pain any longer.
Helios the sun god had indeed seen everything that fateful day, but had chosen not to interfere. However, he was moved by Demeter's grief.
Demeter, your daughter has been taken by Hades to the underworld. He desires her as his queen.
That cannot be. My daughter, queen of that cold, dead realm? I won't allow it.
Perhaps it is not as dire as you fear. Persephone's grace could bring life even to the underworld. Also, he is one of the most powerful, wealthiest gods in the universe, and she would rule by his side. Is that so terrible?
This is an outrage! How dare he take my daughter? Did Zeus know about this too?
Zeus allowed it.
In her fury, Demeter descended back to earth.
Return my daughter to me, or I will let the earth perish in my sorrow. I will let this world turn into ice and ash. I will plunge it into eternal winter.
Meanwhile, in the underworld, Persephone wept in despair and lashed out at Hades any time he tried to speak to her.
To rule the underworld by your side? I want nothing to do with you. You've stolen me away from the sun, from my mother.
I understand your anger, Persephone. I only hope, with time, you will see me and my world differently. Until then, I will respect your wishes.
As enraged and heartbroken as Persephone was, she eventually got tired of her despair and ventured out of her chambers to observe Hades and her new home.
I built this for you, to remind you of the surface and to give you a place of peace.
I've never seen something like this. It's so beautiful.
As are you, my queen. Each realm has its supreme ruler, Persephone. But here, you and I will rule together as equals. You will never be beneath me, but always near me.
Meanwhile, on the surface, Demeter's grief and rage was a storm that screamed across the lands. Where she walked, earth cracked, rivers ceased their babble, and crops withered to dust under her shadow. As she withdrew her blessings from the world, famine began to spread far and wide. The cries of suffering mortals eventually reached the ears of Zeus on high Olympus, who could no longer ignore the matter. So he convened a meeting of the gods.
Demeter's wrath endangers all. We must find a solution that honors both her demands and the laws of gods.
If my daughter wishes to leave the underworld, let her return to me, or I shall never again let the earth bear fruit.
Very well, Demeter. If Persephone wishes to return, she shall, if she chooses to stay with Hades. So be it.
With a heavy heart, Demeter agreed, and Zeus commanded me, Hermes, to negotiate Persephone's return. So I descended into the gloom of the underworld, where Hades sat upon his throne with Persephone by his side. Her face was as pale as the ghosts around her.
Hermes, why does Olympus disrupt the quiet of my realm?
Mighty Hades, Zeus commands you to release Persephone, lest the earth die with Demeter's heart.
I cannot ignore the decree of Zeus or the pleading eyes of the one I love. But know this, the ties that bind us are not easily broken.
What do you mean, Hades? Just then, Persephone looked down at something she was clutching in her hand, and I saw it was a pomegranate. Suddenly, the realization of what had happened dawned on me. Fair Persephone, did you eat from that fruit?
I couldn't help it.
6 seeds, to be exact. Each of them has sealed her fate and has bound her to the underworld.
I knew I had to think quickly and come up with a deal that Hades would accept. Otherwise, Demeter would let the earth starve forever. She only ate a small portion of the fruit, so she should only stay with you for part of the year. She will spend 2/3 of the year with her mother on Earth, and 1/3 with you in the underworld.
Go now to your mother, but feel compassion kindly in your heart towards me, and do not feel sorrow upon your return. For while you are here, you shall rule as my equal, and have the greatest rights and honor among the gods, as well as my undying devotion.
Persephone assured him she would return on the agreed time, and he arranged his chariot for her to depart. Demeter's joy knew no bounds when she was reunited with her daughter. but she was furious at the deal that had been struck.
How could you possibly eat the fruit of the dead? It is common knowledge that eating anything in the underworld binds one to that realm. Why would you do that, Persephone?
It was a moment of great weakness. I wish I could reverse it. I am so sorry, Mother.
Demeter had no choice but to accept the deal. And once her wrath subsided, the earth turned green and bountiful again. But when it was time for Persephone to return to the underworld, Demeter began to mourn once more, and winter would arrive, thus setting the cycle of the seasons.
My daughter, my soul, your return brings life to this world.
Mother, in the darkness, I've learned the secrets of the deep earth, and in your light, I bring forth life. Together, we bind the world in a cycle of death and rebirth.
And so, in this tale of compromise, the dance of the seasons has found its rhythm. An enduring love story was also set into motion, for even eons later, Hades and Persephone are often mentioned as Greek mythology's most happily married couple.
I can give you all the wealth of the earth, Persephone, but I cannot give you the sun and the breeze. I know you long for them when you are here.
You have given me more than I ever expected to experience in my life, Hades. You have given me respect, power, and a love that is genuine and rare. With you, I feel the most like myself. With you, I feel free.
So you do not regret your decision to eat the pomegranate seeds?
Never, my love.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra? Looks like a nightmare, right? Hi, I'm Sierra, and ever since I could talk, I've had a stutter. I didn't think much of it until I moved to a new town when I was 6.
Welcome to the neighborhood. I'm Dean. This is my daughter, Kelsey. What's your name, sweetheart?
Sierra.
Why do you talk like that?
It was the first time anyone had asked me that. It wouldn't be the last. My stutter happened frequently, but it got worse when I was nervous. My mom barely noticed or cared that I had a stutter, or that I really existed. She was always working. And my dad? Well, he left the picture a while ago. Most days, Mr. Dean would watch me after school, and Kelsey and I became fast friends. We did everything together. Played at the park, put on fashion shows, grabbed ice cream at Scoopy's. When we went out as a trio, I'd secretly pretend that Mr. Dean was my dad, and Kelsey was my older sister. In those moments, it felt like the family I'd always wanted. But things started to change when Kelsey's mom announced she wanted a divorce and moved out of state. After that, Kelsey started to change. She wasn't just upset. She was furious. She yelled at everyone, and once even smashed the living room furniture in a fit of rage. She lashed out in class and got held back a grade. And if her dad hadn't been the superintendent, she probably would have been expelled. By middle school, we ended up in the same class, and Mr. Dean dropped us off on the first day.
Wow, your daughters are so beautiful.
Aren't they? I'm a lucky dad.
Kelsey looked like she was about to explode.
I'm Kelsey. I'm his only daughter. My mistake. And what's your name?
Sierra.
Sierra? Why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak properly? Or are you stupid?
The class erupted into laughter, and I could feel my face burn. Since then, Kelsey wasn't my friend anymore. A real friend wouldn't do that. Through the years, Kelsey's hatred only grew. Anytime I had an accomplishment, she had to ruin it. Opening night of the school play, she stuffed worms in my costume. She threw her birthday party on the same day as mine every year, and literally paid people to skip mine. At the science fair, she unplugged my volcano as the judges walked by, so it just looked like a sad pile of paper mache. And during my middle school graduation speech, she just had to make a scene. And so, I want to say how proud I am of our class. We did...
What the glitch here is trying to say is we did it. Congratulations, grads. Party at my house tonight. Everyone's technically invited, but only cool people should show up.
If it weren't for being her neighbor and still being close with Mr. Dean, I would have liked to never see Kelsey again.
I'm sorry about my daughter. Ever since her mom left, she's been a different person.
I just wish she wasn't so mean.
You shouldn't be ashamed of something you can't control. At the end of the day, your stutter is something that makes you unique.
I held on to that going into high school. My stutter didn't bother me much anymore. In fact, it was getting better with age. He was right. It did make me different. And I liked that. One Friday in English, we were doing a vocabulary spelling exercise, and I was totally killing it. ESOTERIC. Esoteric. QUERULOUS. Querulous. VACILLATE. Vacillate. Everyone was surprised at how well I was doing. And honestly, so was I. Who knew I was that good at spelling?
Sierra, there's a regional spelling bee in a few weeks. You should join. Who knows, you may make it all the way to nationals.
That night, as I sat in my room looking over the spelling bee brochure, loud music suddenly rattled my walls. Kelsey was throwing a party in her backyard. A few classmates waved me over. Fine, just for a little. The party was fun, but I couldn't stop thinking about the spelling bee, and I decided I would sign up. I was about to leave when...
What's this?
She snatched the brochure out of my hand.
A spelling bee? Oh, please. Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Give that back.
Not so fast. I'll help you practice for your big day.
She pulled out her phone and turned the flashlight on as if it were a spotlight. Some other people gathered around and did the same. I felt blinded by all the lights in my face.
Why don't you show us what you got? Nothing screams fun like watching you butcher the alphabet live on stage. Your word is quiberate.
That's not even a word.
Okay then, your word is pathetic. I'm sure you're quite familiar with that.
IRRELEVANT. Irrelevant. I'll use it in a sentence. Kelsey is irrelevant. Now give me back my brochure. But she ripped it into pieces and threw it up like confetti. I took a small step in her direction. Kelsey took a step back and fell into the pool.
Ugh! You pushed me!
Yeah, right. I didn't push you. Your attitude just slipped. She climbed out and stormed over to me, and I bolted. As I ran, I saw her shoving people in her way into the pool. I made it home and locked the door just as she started kicking and clawing at it. My heart was racing. By Monday, the whole school was talking about it. Someone had filmed everything, and she looked completely unhinged. I avoided her all day. After class, I asked my teacher if she would sign off on my spelling bee application, and she wrote a letter of recommendation. That night, I was recording myself practicing when I heard Mom come home early. I rushed downstairs to tell her about the bee, but she really wasn't listening, as usual.
Sierra, that's great and all, but I'm working and I don't need any distractions tonight.
And the Mother of the Year award goes to... Feeling annoyed, I went back upstairs and found Kelsey sneaking through my bedroom window. What are you doing here? Get out!
Relax, Miss Broken Record. I'm just here to apologize.
Apologize?
Yeah. I saw the video from the party over the weekend. I looked crazy. It wasn't okay how I was treating you, so I'm sorry, okay?
Thanks? I'm not really sure what to make of this.
Yeah, well, we used to be friends or whatever. I think it's time to put the bad blood between us to bed, right?
Trust doesn't just snap back into place, not after everything that's happened between us.
I understand. I intend to prove it to you. Do you mind getting me some water? Climbing up the vines was harder than I thought.
Uh-huh. Sure. This certainly wasn't on my bingo card for how the night would go. I brought her water, which she downed in one gulp.
Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe we can sit together at lunch?
Maybe. Also, never sneak into my room again. Then she climbed out the window. What a strange interaction. But maybe we really were turning over a new leaf. The next day, I walked into class feeling good about the new era I was in, where I tried new things and made up with old friends. But that confidence vanished when I found my teacher waiting for me, looking pissed.
Sierra, you will not be attending class today. I've contacted the spelling bee and pulled my recommendation for your application.
What? What did I do?
You should be ashamed of yourself. The principal is waiting for you in his office.
What was going on?
It has come to our attention that the English exam answers were sent to your entire English class yesterday.
I'm sorry. I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's strange. Given the exam answers were sent from your email address, you'll be suspended for 3 days. Your mom is on her way here to come get you.
What? This wasn't possible. I didn't do it. When Mom showed up, the veins in her forehead were practically bursting. I begged her to believe me the whole way home, but she didn't say a thing. When we pulled up to the front of the house, she told me to get out of the car. I can't believe I missed an hour of work for this. You're grounded. Then she just drove off, and I burst into tears. I was wrongly accused, suspended, banned from the spelling bee, and all my mom cared about was missing work. Over the next few days, I stayed home and studied, and I kept practicing spelling words anyway. Failure. Failure. Dismay. Dismay. Okay, maybe I was leaning into the drama a little. When I finally got back to school, everyone basically hated me. A bunch of students had used the answers sent from my email, so the teacher failed the entire class, and now everyone was blaming me. Next few weeks were so lonely. I walked straight out of school one day and went to get an ice cream cone from Scoopy's, and Mr. Dean happened to be passing by. I told him everything that happened.
Let's go talk to the principal right now.
It was nice to have one person who actually listened and seemed to care. Back in the office, Mr. Dean demanded answers.
It was sent from her email account. My hands were tied.
Steve, you're talking like you weren't the biggest troublemaker back in school. Honestly, I'm shocked you became a principal.
Mr. Dean insisted on seeing the email with the timestamp. It was around the time I was practicing spelling. Wait, I had recorded myself doing that. I pulled out my phone to prove it. We watched me spelling, then leaving when Mom got home. Then Kelsey climbed through my window and went for the laptop, but I walked in. Once she sent me away for water, she sat down and typed out the email. She did this. They called her into the office.
Dad, what are you doing here?
You framed Sierra for stealing exam answers when she's completely innocent.
I did not.
He showed her the video.
Of course you go to defend her. She's never been completely innocent, Dad.
What had I ever done to her? The principal and I had front row seats to their screaming match. Kelsey got suspended for a week, and the principal and teacher apologized to me and reinstated me in the spelling bee. That night, I heard a commotion outside. I looked out my window and saw Kelsey stuffing suitcases into her car.
I'm over you, Dad, just like Mom was.
She slammed the door, rammed the car into the garage, and peeled out of the driveway. I ran to Mr. Dean, who was covered in food. What happened?
We were in a huge fight about what she did to you, and she threw everything in the fridge at me. I kicked her out, and she's gone to live with her mom.
As much as I wanted to jump with joy at the thought of never seeing Kelsey again, I didn't want things to be like this. Mr. Dean looked crushed as he walked back inside, and I followed him to help clean up the mess. At school, word got out about what Kelsey did, and people started being nice again. Things weren't just back to normal, they were better. I gave an incredible anti-bullying speech at a school assembly that got a standing ovation. I started a support club where victims of bullying could share their stories. And at every free moment, I was practicing for the spelling bee, often with Mr. Dean's help. He still seemed down about being alone, but when I was around, he cheered up. He drilled practice words with me every day until regionals. And on that day, he was there in the audience. My mom wasn't. I got second place and was qualified for nationals in a month. Afterward, the top contestants did a group photo shoot. I was smiling for the camera when someone put an arm around my shoulder. I looked up. It was the guy who won first.
You were a great competitor out there today. Congratulations.
His accent, his eyes. Suddenly, I forgot how to breathe. Thanks. Where do you come from? Where do you come from? Sierra, are you kidding me?
Is that how you speak, or did I just fluster you?
Oh, no. I just have a stutter.
It's adorable. I'm Leon, and I'd love to get your number. We should talk more, since we'll be seeing one another for nationals next month.
Yes, please. We exchanged numbers, and I practically floated back to Mr. Dean. It felt like the best day of my life. When we got home, Mom was on the porch, arms crossed. She rolled her eyes when she saw us together. And where have you two been? The spelling bee, Mom. Remember? I won second place.
She did amazing. You should have seen her.
I'm sure, but I was too busy with the logistics of moving. Moving? Work wants me to relocate to California within the next couple of weeks. Mom, no! I have nationals next month. Well, that's too bad. Work comes first. You know that. Work always comes first for you, Mom. It's never me. Oh, stop being so dramatic.
What if she stays with me until the end of the school year?
What?
I have Kelsey's empty bedroom. She can compete in nationals, finish out the year, and then move out to California.
Please, Mom. Fine. Within a week, Mom was gone, and I had moved into Kelsey's old room. Mr. Dean cared in a way my mom never had, and this new life felt good. And to top it off, Leon reached out. He was a foreign exchange student from Spain living in New York, and we hit it off instantly, texting all night, every night. We had so much in common, and he was so easy to talk to. I had a major crush. One night, I even felt bold enough to tell him. I was losing sleep, slipping in school, and didn't care. I had never felt like this about someone in my life. Leon and I even planned our first date the night before nationals. That weekend, I was behind on prep, but I was more excited to see Leon than I was to compete. We planned to meet at a park, and I spent hours getting ready. I waited for him at the park. He was 5 minutes late, then 15, then 30. After 2 hours, unanswered calls, and 20 unread texts, I gave up and walked home. I got in bed and cried. Had something happened? Had I been stood up? I barely slept that night. The next morning, I was exhausted. Mr. Dean and I headed to the bee. I checked in and looked for Leon. Nothing. When it was time to go on stage, I scanned the crowd. No Leon. But then backstage, I heard whispered voices. I turned and saw Leon talking to someone behind him.
No, I can't keep doing this.
Leon, come on. It's not that hard.
He pulled away, and I gasped. Their heads snapped towards me. Kelsey laughed, while Leon froze like a deer in headlights. Was this all just a setup to mess with me?
Sierra, wait!
My ears started ringing, and I don't remember anything else that happened until...
Contestant 9? Contestant 9, please step forward.
A contestant sitting next to me tapped on my shoulder, and I walked up to the mic, trying to steady myself.
Sierra, why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak? Are you stupid?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Like you could ever win one of these. in case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra?
Your word is vicissitude.
Vicissitude. VICISSITUDE.
That is correct.
And just like that, my first round was over. With every ring of the bell that told me I got the word correct, my confidence rose. I shut Kelsey and Leon out of my mind. Contestants were dropping like flies, but I stayed strong. Until it was just Leon and I.
Your word is appoggiatura.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Sierra, if you can correctly spell the word, you will be our national spelling bee champion.
Appoggiatura. APPOGGIATURA. Appoggiatura.
That is correct.
I did it! The audience went wild. I got my huge new trophy and went to the lobby to find Mr. Dean. But I heard Leon's voice behind me.
Wait, Sierra, please.
Leave me alone.
Sierra, please, let me explain. It was all Kelsey. She put me up to this. She wanted to get in your head so you'd lose. Wait, don't go to the lobby.
I walked through the doors, but Leon lunged at me and pushed me out of the way. The doors had buckets of slime and feathers on them, which all fell on Leon. Why did you push me away?
I was trying to save you from this. Listen, Kelsey moved to my school and found out I was going to regionals for the spelling bee. She said she'd pay me to flirt with you and distract you from studying. I'm so sorry.
I was just a game to you?
I only agreed because I really needed the money for my mom's treatments. That's why I'm even competing in the bee. I didn't expect to end up having real feelings for you. When Kelsey found out, she stole my phone and smashed it. She even threatened to get me kicked out of school.
Just then, my mom and Mr. Dean walked up. Mom, what are you doing here? Mr. Dean convinced me to attend, and I had no idea you were so talented at this.
We're so proud of you, Sierra.
And then Kelsey walked in.
Of course my dad is here to support perfect little Sierra. And Leon, I see you've betrayed me too. Guess your mom isn't going to get any better.
Why are you so evil? What did I ever do to you, Kelsey?
You stole everything from me. Everything!
She didn't steal anything from you, Kelsey.
Oh, really? Because I remember the night you and Mom screamed at each other when she found out about your little affair, when we both found out Sierra is your daughter.
What?
Oh, yeah. My neighbor was actually my half-sister, the girl who ruined my family and took my dad away from me.
Is this true? Yes, it is. Even though this was the craziest day ever, the news warmed my heart. I'd seen Mr. Dean as my dad since I was a kid. You didn't lose your dad to me, Kelsey. You lost him because of you. You could have told me the truth. You could have been my sister. But you chose to be a liar, a bully, and a sad little lowlife who only feels powerful when someone else is hurting. I may stutter, but I never had to hurt people to be heard. And why didn't you guys tell me sooner? I'm sorry. He didn't know until I told him once we moved in next door.
I wanted to tell you right away, but then my wife left me and Kelsey took the news really hard and started lashing out. We thought it would be best for you to not know. For your sake, and Kelsey's. I was planning on telling you. I figured since we live together now, it was the right time.
You live together now?
She screamed, grabbed my trophy, and hurled it through the convention center's windows. She got arrested for property damage and spent some time in juvie before going to live with her mom. I told my mom I wanted to stay with Mr. Dean for the rest of high school, and thankfully, she allowed it. I gave the prize money to Leon to help his sick mom, but I refused to date him even after all his apologies. My self-worth wouldn't allow me to be with someone who thought it was okay to play with my feelings for any reason.
I'm so proud of you, Sierra.
Thanks, Dad.
Hi, I'm Blair, and I'm about to tell you a crazy story. Before we continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, my parents fought constantly over money. Dad was a struggling sculptor, and Mom, who was a waitress, cursed the day she met him because we constantly had money problems. She always said dropping out of school was her biggest mistake, so she made sure I studied hard. That's how I earned a full scholarship to one of the city's top schools. But my true passion was painting. I fell in love with it at 5, taught myself through YouTube, and by 13, I was winning major school competitions. Dad was proud, but Mom didn't like it one bit.
Art's a hobby, Blair. You can't make a career out of it. Definitely not a successful one.
It was my dream to become a world-famous artist. Well, mine and my best friend Ashley's. She was an artist just like me, and we'd been best friends since middle school. Ashley was rich, so she got to go to amazing art classes and shared everything she'd learned with me. And whenever my parents argued, I'd sneak over to her mansion. Life was just better with Ashley around, except for her annoying twin brother Dexter. He mocked our art, hid our supplies, and chased us with his paintball gun. Whenever we complained to Ashley's parents, Dexter would just put on his innocent face and get away with it. Even at school, everyone adored him for his sense of humor. Ashley absolutely hated him, and I could see why. Like on their 15th birthday, Ashley spent hours getting ready, and she looked beautiful. But the moment Dexter walked in, everyone gathered around him, completely ignoring Ashley.
Look at him, smiling like he owns the world. I will never understand what people see in him.
Probably his athletic body. I mean, if you look at it from an artistic point of view, Dexter's pretty much perfect for a portrait.
What?
I mean, so what if he's good looking? You've got a great personality.
That's what you tell ugly people, Blair.
You're also so much more creative and way smarter. People would notice that someday.
Notice what someday?
That you're a total jerk.
Aw, are you jealous because no one's paying you attention?
Go away, Dex. It's her birthday too. Don't make things worse.
Fine, I'm sorry. Here, I got you a flower, little sis. Happy birthday.
But as soon as Ashley took it, the flower squirted water all over her face, ruining her makeup, and Dexter ran away laughing. As we grew older, Dexter just got more annoying. At 17, he joined the football team, became the most popular guy in school, and a serial heartbreaker. Every day, some girl would be crying over him, and it was nauseating. As for me, my parents were fighting a lot more lately, and one day, Dad just packed his stuff and left. Shortly after, he filed for divorce, and Mom went bonkers. She refused to shower or step out of the house, and a week later, she came home and told me she'd quit her job. Between rent and expenses, we soon ran out of our savings and didn't even have enough money for food.
Do you have cash?
Sure. Let me just grab some from the secret trust fund your dad left me. No, I don't have cash, you moron. Just run the card again.
I've already tried 3 times. It's not working. Pay or leave.
Mom just started yelling at the cashier like a madwoman. He called security, but as they approached, Mom grabbed a bunch of stuff and bolted in the other direction. She went round and round in circles before the security guys finally caught her and dragged her out. Since Mom was acting all kinds of crazy, I took up a part-time job at a cafe to help out. But between work and school, my life was miserable, and Ashley wasn't helping.
What do you mean you're not coming for the concert? We booked this months ago.
Things were different back then. Now I have to work.
Ask someone to cover your shift.
We're short-staffed, and I need the money.
But Hank's gonna be there, and I need your help talking to him. You're not getting out of this.
Ashley kept pushing me, but I kept refusing, and eventually she gave up. The next morning, she told me Hank had asked her out, and I was happy for her. College applications were looming, and I desperately wanted to get into NYU's art program, where Ashley was applying to. It was expensive, and I needed a strong portfolio for a scholarship. I couldn't risk my mom finding out, so I stayed late after my shifts at the cafe to work on my portfolio. One day, while I was heading back home, it started raining heavily. It was already late, so I couldn't get the bus, and was waiting for a cab when someone walked up to me with an umbrella. Dexter, what are you doing here?
I was just across the road running some errands, and by errands, I mean date that didn't go too well. Anyway, I saw and I thought I'd help.
Dexter led me to his car, and on our way, we got talking. He asked me how I was doing, and I don't know why I ended up telling him everything about Mom and how things were really tough at home.
Ashley told me about your parents' divorce, but I didn't know things were so bad. If you need anyone to talk to, I'm here.
Something about the way he said it made my heart melt. And after that day, Dexter and I got closer. He would wait for me at the cafe and then walk me home. We'd debate over classic movies, argue over music, and bond over our favorite MSA videos. The more time we spent together, the more I saw a different side of Dexter. One that was kind, funny, and surprisingly thoughtful. And before long, I started having feelings for him.
You know, I've always had a bit of a crush on you.
Really? Why?
You're kind, beautiful, smart, creative, and you're probably the toughest person I know.
Wow, thanks. I always thought you're kind of annoying.
Gee, thanks. What a compliment.
Let me finish. But now I think you're the only person who gets me. You've shown me what it's like to really connect with someone, Dex. I guess what I'm saying is...
That you like me? I like you too.
And then Dexter kissed me, and it was perfect. I wasn't sure how Ashley would take it, but before we can even gather the courage to tell her, we found her crying in the school garden the next day.
Hank dumped me. He says my nostrils are too big and that my face reminds him of his dead cat. What kind of reason is that?
The kind that's a lie. Hank's a total player. Why would you ever fall for him, you dumb... Ow! I mean, I'm sorry you're hurting, but don't weep over that idiot. You're stronger than that. Be a man, woman, girl, be a girl.
Did you hit your head or something? Why are you even talking to me? Blair, I need a hug.
The next few days were a mess. Ashley was hung up on Hank and dragged me along for endless shopping sprees and salon visits to distract herself, and I didn't think it was a good time to tell her about me and Dex, who I wasn't even getting to spend any time with. She was also home all the time, so Dexter started sneaking into my room late at night.
This is not fair. You're totally ignoring me.
I know, but she's miserable, and she needs me.
Hey, Han, remember when you needed her, but she was too busy falling in love? Anyway, my football team's having a party tomorrow night, and I'd love for you to come. It's low-key, just close friends.
How close are we talking?
Close enough to do this.
Dexter leaned in to kiss me, but before he could, someone knocked on my door. Ashley! He hid under the bed as I opened the door.
Who were you talking to?
No one. I was just humming to myself. La la la. See? You tell me, what's up? No time long see.
You're being weird. Anywho, I need your help. I've heard the football team is having a party tomorrow and Hank's gonna be there. I need him to know that I've moved on and this party is perfect for that. I have the invites. You're coming with me. No excuses.
But I have to work on my portfolio.
I promise I'll help you after the party. Please say yes.
Ashley looked desperate that I couldn't refuse. Dexter was furious, though. He didn't answer my calls or reply to my texts. Even at the party, he ignored me. But I could see he kept looking my way. Ashley had hired some guy to be her fake boyfriend, so she left for the dance floor with him while I waited for Dexter. I was near the pool when I almost slipped, but someone held on to me.
Careful there, sweet cakes. You'll hurt yourself. Blair, right? I'm Hank.
I know.
Great. Then let's skip the introductions and dance.
I don't want to.
Come on.
She said no.
I turned around and saw Dexter looking furious.
And who are you? Her boyfriend?
Yes, now back off!
Or what? You'll hit me, pretty boy?
You bet I will.
Dexter punched Hank right in his face and he stumbled backward. Hank charged at Dexter and the two got into a fight. Everyone gathered around and I caught sight of Ashley's face in the crowd. She looked furious. I ran over to her, but I slipped and fell in the pool. I don't remember much after that, but when I opened my eyes, I was in a room with Dexter and Ashley staring at me. What happened?
You passed out. You don't know how to swim?
I didn't exactly grow up with a pool in my backyard, so no, I don't. You're bleeding.
That's no big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. Just like it's not a big deal to hide from your best friend that you're dating her idiot brother. How could you not tell me?
I don't know, okay? I freaked out. You've always hated Dexter, and then you'd just broken up with Hank, so I didn't want to rub my relationship in your face.
You don't have to treat me like I'm a child who doesn't have a handle on her emotions. Anyway, you've chosen Dexter. Although I can't understand why him out of all the boys on the planet. But you did, and you're my best friend. So I'll accept it on one condition. Never, never make out in front of me, or I'll projectile vomit all over you. Deal?
Deal. After that, things went smoothly. Dexter and I could now date openly, which made me really popular. One of his friends asked me to create a portrait for her dad. He loved it so much that he gave me a lot of commissioned work. Soon, I was making enough to quit my job at the cafe, and life became a lot easier. I even finished my art portfolio and was working on some last-minute changes one night when Mom barged in.
You're applying to an art college? Why didn't you tell me?
Who told you?
Doesn't matter. Have you forgotten how much we've struggled because of Dad? And who will even pay for this college? I don't have that kind of money.
I'll get a scholarship, Mom. I made a portfolio. Look.
No, art school is too expensive and not worth it. You'll join a community college and stay close to me. Now give me that.
Mom snatched the portfolio from me and left. I followed her, but she locked herself in her room. No matter how much I begged, she wouldn't open the door. Mom didn't get out of her room the whole day. And since submission was only 2 days away, I had no choice but to give up on my dream. I was talking to Ashley and Dexter about it when he came up with a brilliant idea.
Dad knows the dean personally. How about I talk to him and get you a personal interview? And we can ask my friend whose dad bought paintings from you to let us borrow those. It could be your portfolio.
That'll work.
It should. I'm not letting you give up on your dreams, Blair.
What about Mom?
She just has to make peace with it. I know you love her, but what she's asking of you is not fair. She's acting like the kid in this relationship.
The interview was scheduled for 2 days later, and I spent every second preparing. On the big day, I felt really confident. But as I was on my way, I got a call from the admissions office saying that my interview was canceled. Apparently, I had called and canceled my interview, claiming my mom was unwell, even sending medical reports as proof and withdrawing my application because I needed to take care of her. I tried telling them so many times that it wasn't me, but they just cut the call. I had no idea how Mom had found out about my interview, but I was furious that she'd done this. I went back home to confront her, but to my shock, I found her passed out on the floor. I called 911 and immediately rushed her to the hospital. On my way, I messaged Dad, and by the time we reached, he was already there. And what he told me next shocked me.
A month ago, your mom fainted at work and was diagnosed with a rare heart disease. She needs a transplant, but since she couldn't afford it, she turned to me for help.
But why didn't you tell me?
We're trying to arrange money, and we wanted to wait till then to tell you. She didn't want to worry you.
And here I thought she was lying when she submitted those documents.
What documents?
I explained about NYU and my interview with the dean.
I don't think your mom's behind this. She was skeptical, but after seeing your portfolio, she was impressed. She told me she was changing her mind about you pursuing an art degree.
I thought she threw my portfolio away.
No, sweetie. She was proud of you.
But Dad, if Mom didn't call them, then who did? Does anyone else know that she's sick?
Yeah, Ashley's dad knows. We needed money for tests, so I asked him for a loan and sent pictures of your mom's report to prove it. I told him to keep it a secret so you wouldn't find out.
I immediately understood who might have done this. But just to be sure, I called the admissions office and asked them for the number they received the call and reports from. And when I saw who it was, my mind exploded with anger. I took a cab, reached Ashley's place, and barged into her house. You called the admission office and told them that my mom was sick and I won't be attending the interview? Don't even try to lie to me. I have proof. My mom was sick, Ashley. You could have told me that at least. Instead, you used that against me.
Hold on, I think there's some confusion. Why would Ashley do that?
Ask her. And suddenly, Ashley's face twisted into rage.
Yes, ask me. Ask me why I'd go out of my way to make your life miserable, Blair. It's 'cause I hate you. There, I said it. I hate you. First, you were my best friend, and you chose to date the person I hate most, my doofus brother. It was bad enough my parents always chose him over me, but even you? Also, I couldn't stand how perfect your life was. You have a football jock boyfriend. Everybody loves your art. Everybody loves everything about you. Heck, even the boy I likes you more. I didn't want to go to college and be second to you again. So I told your mom about your art school plans, hoping she'd stop you. And when she failed, I used the pictures and did what I had to.
I can't believe I trusted you. I thought you were my best friend. How can you do this to me? You've shattered everything we had. I never want to see you again. We're done.
Don't think I'll cry over it. I'm going to NYU, Blair. I'll make new friends.
You disgust me.
Whatever.
I never saw Ashley's face again, and Dexter told me that his parents heard her entire confession and ended up grounding her big time. She didn't even get through NYU, but I did, thanks to Dexter's dad who got me a second interview. Mom stayed in the hospital for a few more weeks before coming home. A month later, we found a donor. It was tough to get the money for the surgery, but we managed, and Mom made a full recovery. Today is my first day in college, and I couldn't be happier.
Okay, listen. Onion, honey, or pineapple. Any of those can tenderize meat. Pick whichever one's available.
Okay, got it. Noted.
I didn't come to this school for academics.
I came for the food.
The texture. Oh, the crunch. The glaze. The magic. Ah! There she freaking goes again. Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking...
And that's exactly why you don't have friends. You treat food like it's your boyfriend.
So what? I've got you.
They're reopening the Culinary Society for freshmen, and they're choosing 10 new members. The announcement's tomorrow at the auditorium.
I'm joining that club.
You in a cooking club? Babe, you're way too lazy for that.
But I have a golden tongue.
What was he doing here? Don't tell me. He also cooks?
Broody boy has kitchen skills?
The world doesn't revolve around you and your stupid food cravings, you annoying brat.
We only passed because of you. We almost failed because of me.
You wasted all of this? For what? For your stupid little practice?
Goodbye, Wi-Fi. Goodbye, sanity.
Welcome to the life at MSU, where the story's changing and the lead is you. So carve your name in the wind, let the legacy breathe. There's a world in the pages that we're starting to weave. Not just a school, but the soul of the story. Turning our scars into stars and our grit into glory.
Salty. Sweet. Cheesy. Ooh, spicy. You're clearly riding a flavor high. Did you fall in love?
So, have any cute guys caught your eye yet?
Well, there's this one guy.
Girl, we need to hunt him down.
It's just a harmless little crush. And who knows, he might be taken already. Just please, don't do anything stupid.
Oh, don't worry about it. I got you.
'Cause you know what a waste, what a crown, what a fake up time.
I should have at least gotten his name. And he's way out of my league.
Nah, I think he's from here. I can literally sense it.
'Cause I know that all I know, it's time to go.
And then finally, a letter arrived one morning. My hands were trembling so much, I almost ripped the letter trying to open the envelope.
Dear Drizella, my delegation has been extended and my duties have grown. I'm far too busy now to keep up with our correspondence. I hope you understand and wish you well. Prince Henry.
I read it 3 times, as if expecting other words to magically appear the more I stared at the paper. But that was it. Just this cold, impersonal letter after all these months. I told myself that he was really busy with big, important things. It had been almost a year since he left, and people can change. It's not like he ever said he loved me or promised me anything. And of course, there was nothing left to do now but move on with dignity and grace. I found great comfort in pastries and gained a lot of weight. I considered becoming a nun, but decided against it since nuns aren't allowed to curse. I went to the village witch and said a friend was asking about ways to hex a prince. I started writing a vicious breakup letter to Henry, then realized you can't break up with someone you were never technically with, so I ate more pastries. Then I started running at dawn, lost all the weight, and used Cinderella's stupidly good skin and hair stuff so he'd choke on his regret the next time he laid eyes on me. But no matter what I did, it didn't dull the ache of missing someone who didn't miss me back anymore. It had been months since that last letter, and I had picked myself up and moved on. So I wasn't expecting my stomach to lurch when an official invitation arrived from the palace, announcing a grand ball in honor of the prince's return. Great. Other people could honor him. I wasn't going. Besides, Anastasia was terrified of dancing, and Mother wouldn't be up for it either. Over the past few months, she'd grown very weak and was always tired. I'd asked a couple of doctors to examine her, but they had no answers. Cinderella had been on top of her care, of course, always fluffing her pillows, rubbing her feet, making her special herbal teas. And the thought had crossed my mind more than once. What exactly was she putting in those concoctions? I didn't think she was beyond slowly poisoning a woman for her inheritance. I'd thrown the invitation in the trash. But sometime later, Cinderella came into the living room, clutching it to her chest.
You're invited to a royal ball. Can you believe it? Oh, I've never been to a proper ball or worn a ball gown, and I've never seen the palace. I know I'm not invited, but maybe I could go, if you could take me with you.
Yeah, no. We're not going. Royal balls are dull.
Take our invitation and go, love. I'll arrange a carriage for you. You deserve to have some fun.
Yeah, there was no cute fairy swishing a wand and going bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Just my own mother handing Cinderella one of her finest gowns, a string of expensive pearls, and some money to buy shoes. Because naturally, Cinderella's feet were impossibly tiny and delicate, and she couldn't borrow shoes from us ogres. And off went Cinderella, looking like a vision. Since she was finally out of the house for a few hours, there was no way I wasn't going to snoop through her room, which was, as I suspected, disgustingly perfect. Not a speck of dust, and everything was arranged with military precision. Psychopath. I rifled through her drawers, opened her wardrobe, peered under the bed. I didn't find some secret stash of poisons or a diary confessing to slow murder. I wasn't even sure what I was looking for, and I was beginning to feel stupid. I turned to leave when suddenly, my elbow bumped into a picture frame on her vanity, knocking it to the floor. I cursed under my breath as I picked it up. Luckily, nothing was broken, and the picture had just come out. As I was placing it back in, something slipped out, a folded piece of paper tucked away carefully. And when I opened it, I recognized the handwriting instantly. I would have known it anywhere.
Dearest Drizella, I'm so sorry I haven't written in a while. A sudden, strange illness gripped me and I was too sick to be moved or even lift my head. The royal court kept quiet to avoid panic, and it took me months to recover. Even now, the physicians say the worst is not over. I'm healthy otherwise, but my vision has been compromised permanently. They expect it will continue to worsen until I lose it entirely, perhaps within a few months or a year. Before that happens, before I lose my ability to pen down words myself, I need to tell you that I'm in love with you. I'm not the man you deserve, but if you could ever imagine a future with me, one where I will not have my sight, but you will have all my heart, I would ask you to marry me. Yours always, Just Henry.
I read it again and again and again. My knees gave out and I sank to the floor. He had loved me. He had wanted to marry me. He had needed me when he had gotten such terrible news, and I'd never even known. I'd spent all this time thinking he'd forgotten me so easily, but it wasn't true. None of it was true. But Cinderella had known. How had she gotten this letter? Had she stolen it before it reached me? Did she intercept others too? Did Henry get mine? The broken sound escaped my throat. I wasn't crazy or paranoid. I'd been right about her all along. Suddenly, the sound of the front door opening snapped me back to reality. Cinderella had returned from the ball. I rose to my feet, pure rage surging through my veins. She'd taken everything from me, but this time, she wasn't getting away with it. I ran downstairs and found Cinderella by the fireplace, humming softly, and I lunged towards her and grabbed her hair.
Oh my God, what are you doing?
I shoved the letter in her face. Why do you have this? What did you do? What did you say to him? Her blue eyes went wide. Then slowly, she smiled. And before I could react, she grabbed the letter from me and flung it into the fire.
What letter?
I saw red as I screamed and tried to yank her hair from her skull.
She managed to pull away from me, but I grabbed her dress, tearing away the silk. She shoved me, and I stumbled back as I ripped the pearls from her throat. Mother and Anastasia came running in at the noise.
What is happening?
She's attacking me! She's gone mad! Get her out of here. I swear, I will kill her if you don't. You don't know what she's done. She stole him from me.
What? Who are you talking about?
Henry, the crown prince. We were in love. He wanted to marry me. Mother and Anastasia just stared at me like I was speaking a foreign language.
She's crazy and jealous. She's always hated me.
Drizella, you've lost your mind and you're scaring us.
No, I'm not crazy. I'll prove it. I tore up the stairs, running to my room. I flung open the chest under my bed where I'd kept all our letters. They were gone. All of them. I stumbled back down the stairs, half mad with grief and rage. I charged at Cinderella again, but Mother blocked my path and shielded her.
You will not come near her again, you hear me? Enough.
I couldn't breathe. I bolted from the house and ran out into the cold. I stumbled into the barn and sank onto the dirt floor, sobbing until my whole body hurt. I didn't know how much time had passed, but eventually the door creaked open and Anastasia walked in softly, kneeling beside me.
If you say you talked to the prince, if you say you loved him, I believe you.
You do?
I knew you were hurting this past year. I mean, I know what eating your feelings looks like. But you just shut me out. I wish you hadn't.
I leaned into her, the way we used to when we were little girls, feeling scared of thunder, and she pulled me into a warm hug. Thank you. I didn't sleep a wink that night. Henry's letter replaying itself over and over in my mind. Tomorrow, I was going to the palace. I didn't have a plan or some speech prepared. I just knew I had to see him, and I wasn't coming back home without doing it. It was soon after dawn that I prepared my horse to leave, when a servant handed over a letter.
Important news! By decree of His Majesty, members of the royal family will be visiting each household in this town today.
What? Why would the royal family be doing that? Would Henry be among them? I didn't know what was going on, but I had to stay back for the visit. Cinderella was probably still holed up in Mother's room, which was good for her, because if I saw her face, I would tear her apart. I paced around impatiently, looking out the window for any signs of the royal delegation approaching. I thought I'd get a better view from the attic, so I ran up. And as I stood there, with my face pressed to the window, suddenly, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I turned, and Cinderella was standing in the doorway, her eyes gleaming. Before I could run towards her, she slammed the door shut, and I heard the lock click. "Let me out! You crazy witch! Let me out!" And when I saw the royal delegation arrive at our house, I felt manic. I kicked and banged and screamed until my throat was raw. But no one heard me. Why was the royal family here? What was Cinderella doing? Finally, I heard someone running up the stairs, and the door burst open.
The prince, he's here. He's here. And he just asked Cinderella to marry him.
The words punched the air out of my lungs.
You have to go. You have to stop him. Hurry.
Just as the royal delegation was preparing to leave. And there he was. Henry was standing beside Cinderella, his hand cradling hers gently as he bent to kiss her fingers. "Henry, no! You can't marry her! You don't know who she is!" Everyone froze, including him. He slowly turned to me, squinting his eyes hard, and then his face hardened to stone.
I told you she would never let me escape.
Henry, whatever she's told you, it's all lies.
Address me properly, miss. It's Crown Prince Henry.
Okay, Crown Prince Henry. You cannot marry that two-faced witch. A ripple of murmurs went through the small crowd gathering around us.
I need a moment alone with her.
He led me forcefully into the stables away from everyone and slammed the door behind us.
You are the biggest liar I've ever met.
All the time you whined about your perfect stepsister replacing you when it was just a poor, abandoned girl that you and your family made your slave?
I felt like he'd slapped me in the face.
She didn't even dare tell me her name yesterday at the ball. She said she sneaked away because she wasn't allowed to exist freely, not even for a night. Then she ran away before I could even ask who she was. All I had was her slipper she left behind by accident. And then imagine looking for her and finding that you're the villain in her story.
Henry, she's a manipulative psychopath. She stole my letters. She stole yours. I didn't even know you were sick or losing your sight.
Stop lying. It was your handwriting on the letter I got, where you told me you couldn't be with me because of my illness, where you said it would be better to end things before they really even began.
I never wrote that letter. She faked it. I think she always knew about us right from the start.
Are you really so twisted that you think she plotted all this? So according to you, she intercepted our letters, forged your handwriting, and had been spying on us all along just to ruin things between us one day?
I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. For a second, a shadow of doubt crossed his face, and I thought he might believe me. But then his jaw tightened.
No, you didn't want me. And now you just don't want her to have me either.
My heart felt like it would explode. You met her last night. How can you marry someone you don't even know?
As if time is a guarantee of anything. I knew you for much longer, but it turns out I didn't know you at all. She knows about my ailment, and she accepted me as I am. And even though I've lost most of my sight now, when I look at her, she glows like an angel. She's kind and beautiful and good. I know she will save me, and I will save her from you.
As he started walking away, I felt something break inside me, like a monster being unleashed. Maybe it's a blessing you're going blind, Henry. I hope it happens faster for your sake. It's better if you're spared from seeing the snake you're marrying or the fool you've become. And I wouldn't have married you anyway. A blind fool is no prince, only a burden.
Mind your tongue when speaking to your prince. And if you ever cross my path again, I will have you exiled.
I walked out after him and watched from a distance as he took Cinderella's hand, lifted her into the royal carriage, and rode away, taking every dream I'd ever dared to have with him. What was it that Henry had called me? Ah, yes, the villain in Cinderella's story, and that she would save him, and he would save her from me. Yes, her beauty was so bright, it even enchanted an almost blind man. It made everyone else look ugly. I calmly stepped over to the oil lamp and knocked it over. Then I stood back and watched as the flames ran up the curtains, licked up the walls, ate up her belongings, gobbled up all her lies. The whole room blazed, and it felt good. The fire spread faster than I'd expected. The house was old, and the walls were bone dry. By the time the servants managed to put it out, half the estate was gone. Mother, heartbroken and sickly, packed up what little we had left and moved in with some distant relatives. Anastasia went with her. And me? Well, I was declared unwell, hysterical, and quite dangerous. I was locked up in a sanatorium, just a fancy word for a prison with prettier walls. Anastasia tried to visit me regularly the first few years, bringing me sweet treats and books, but over time, the visits got fewer, and eventually they stopped altogether. And so, here I stayed, my name forgotten, just one half of the ugly stepsisters duo. The real question is, did Cinderella get her famous happy ending? Honestly, I don't know. The Crown Prince had a relapse of his disease a few years later, and this time, he did not survive it. I'm sure Cinderella wore black for a while and looked Stunningly tragic, but I doubt she really mourned him. Because I don't think she was capable of loving anything, or anyone. But who knows? Maybe she lived happily ever after anyway, bedecked in jewels and finery, admired and beloved by the people, and with a whole castle to scrub to sparkling perfection. Anyway, this is how my story ends. It's so depressing, isn't it? But don't worry. This version won't stick. Because no one really wants the truth. Not when the truth is ugly and the liar is beautiful.
Hey, before you click away, can we talk? Like, really talk? You just spent time with me and my story. Not 30 seconds, not a quick swipe. Actual time. And that's kind of rare now, isn't it? Look, I get it. TikTok is addictive. Those quick dopamine hits, one after another. But here's the thing. Do you remember any of those videos from last week? Last month? They blur together, don't they? But a story? A real story sticks with you. It changes how you see things. Maybe after watching mine, you'll think differently about the villains in other stories. Maybe you'll question who's really telling the truth. That's what stories do. They don't just pass time. They change us. We're fighting to keep this alive. Every animation you see took weeks. Every character, every expression, every scene, crafted by humans who believe stories matter. We could pump out 3-minute clips with AI voices reading Reddit posts. We could chase trends. We'd probably get more views. But we don't, because you deserve better. Here's the truth. Platforms push short-form content because it keeps you scrolling longer. But we're not trying to steal your time. We're trying to earn it, to give you something worth those minutes. So if this story made you feel something, anything, then please share it. Not for the algorithm, not for us, but for everyone who's hungry for real stories and doesn't even know it yet. Send it to that friend who says, I wish movies were like they used to be. Drop it in the group chat where people actually discuss things. Because every share is a vote that says, yes, storytelling matters. Yes, we still want narratives that challenge us, surprise us, make us think. The art of storytelling survived thousands of years. From cave paintings to campfires to Shakespeare to cinema. Don't let it die on our watch. Not for a 5-second dance trend. Help us prove that in a world of infinite scroll, some things are still worth stopping for. Share this story. Save storytelling. It sounds dramatic, because it is.
The morning bell echoes through the halls. 1,000 voices bouncing off the wall. From the quiet corners of the library floor to the laughter leaking through the classroom door, we're walking hallways where the legends grew. But today the ink is fresh and the story's new. A student stares at a blank white screen while an artist paints the things unseen. The scholar's lamp burns through the night. The athlete runs towards the morning light. A teacher sighs, hoping the spark they lit survives. Finding the light when the halls get dark. Oh, welcome to the light that enters you, where the story's changing and believe you. So carve your name in the wind, let the legacy breathe. There's a world in the pages that we're starting to weave. Not just a school, but the soul of the story. Turning our scars into stars and our grit into glory.
Okay, deep breath, Audrey. This is it. First day as a freshman at my dream school, the place everyone spends their whole life trying to get into. For kids like me, who can't even dream of affording the tuition, there's only one option. Grind like your life depends on it. I don't have any special talents to get a sponsor. It's just my brains, coffee, and a very unhealthy relationship with practice tests. And the grind paid off. I made it through ultra hard mode, the entrance exam. Welcome to My Story University, also known as MSU. This place isn't just a world-class institution. It's a living campus of scholars, athletes, and artists from every walk of life. Some of you got here through hard work and exams, others through sponsorships, scholarships, or family legacy. But no matter how you arrived, one thing is true. You're here now, standing at the start of something extraordinary. To be here means you've made it through one of the toughest selection processes in the country, or at least convinced your parents to pay for it. Either way, you've earned this moment, so take a breath, look around you, because from the moment you pass through this gate, your story begins. Wow, just listening to her made me feel so excited. Just then, the student beside her stepped forward, literally bouncing on her toes. She's probably one of the prettiest girls I've ever seen.
Hi, freshmen! Welcome to MSU! I'm Anya, sophomore, event planner, and your official chaos guide for today. All right, before anything else, keep your brand new ID close. It's your golden ticket. Tap it on the scanner at the first gate, add a fingerprint check, and boom, you're officially inside MSU. Very spy movie, I know. Now, everyone form lines. Trust me, once you scan in, the real MSU magic begins.
Lines formed in no time as students started to pass through the entrance gate. I was grinning from ear to ear when someone hit me from behind. I stumbled forward and turned, glaring at whoever just ruined my perfect moment. And that's when I saw him, a tall guy with broad shoulders and messy hair that looked annoyingly good, like he woke up and the wind just styled it for him. And of course, handsome. Sports drama poster handsome.
My bad. Didn't think you'd stop dead in the middle of the line just to admire the scanner.
I narrowed my eyes at him. Perfect. 2 minutes into MSU, and I've already run into Mr. Sponsored Athlete with a smug grin. He chuckled, clearly not offended. In fact, he looked way too entertained.
Only an entrance exam kid would call me that with a straight face.
Entrance exam kid? Like it was stamped on my forehead? Don't worry. I'm sure your sponsors didn't pick you for your brains either.
Okay, fair. You've got bite. I'm sticking with you.
Please don't.
Excuse me. Flirting's cute and all, but can you scoot? My first crush just walked through the gate, and I am not missing this.
My face instantly went tomato mode.
Relax. We'll let you chase true love. Ladies first.
Thank you.
Thank God she swapped places with Mr. Sponsored Athlete. I was able to focus again. Then it was my turn. I stepped up to the scanner, swiped my ID, pressed my fingertip, and the gates slid open. A security guard by the arch tipped his cap at me, smiling like he'd been waiting all morning just to say this.
Welcome to MSU. Big day, huh? You're gonna love what's waiting on the other side.
I gave him a smile as I walked toward the side entrance, and my breath hitches as I stared at what I can only describe as a dreamlike paradise. Rows of cherry blossom trees arched overhead, petals drifting like pink snow across a stone bridge that seemed to glow in the sunlight. Students slowed down, phones snapping, voices hushed, like we'd all walked into some dream sequence. So this is the famous Blossom Bridge of MSU. This was the kind of moment you wanted to bottle up forever, the kind that made every sleepless night, every exam, every meltdown feel worth it. I clutched my pamphlet tighter, grinning without even meaning to. For a second, everything felt perfect.
Beautiful, right? You'll see this every day on your walk to school. Okay, now on to important people. Introducing our student council president and vice president.
The student council president looked intense, posture straight, sharp eyes scanning the crowd, practically glowing with authority. Meanwhile, the vice president had this cheerful, approachable vibe, like the type who'd hand out snacks during finals week.
Welcome to My Story University. You should all be proud because earning your place here is no small achievement. But pride alone will not carry you. MSU demands discipline, excellence, and respect. Your time here will test not only your abilities, but your character. Remember that.
The air went heavy. Students straightened their backs like we'd just been drafted into the military. My grin slipped into something closer to panic.
Don't let him scare you too much. Yes, MSU is prestigious. Yes, it's challenging, but it's also where you'll find friends, discover passions, and create memories you'll never forget.
The tension broke instantly, and I felt my shoulder relax.
To help with that, we have a special event for the whole day. You may form your own groups, but if you're too shy, we'll group you. Like, for example,
Her eyes swept the crowd and then landed right on me.
her perfect couple here.
My eyes went wide. Perfect couple? Me? But with who? I glanced sideways and saw Mr. Sponsored Athlete standing way too close to me. He grinned at me.
Told you. I'm sticking by you. I'm Tyler. And you?
Before I could roast him, a camera shutter snapped. A boy popped out of nowhere with a massive camera, already crouching like he was shooting for National Geographic.
Yes, that's the shot! You two are like campus power couple material. Vogue cover, MSU edition. Don't mind me, just documenting history. I'm Jaden, future photography club icon, and future sponsored legend. Once the universe wakes up. I mean, come on! Sponsors don't just fall from the sky, but these shots? Portfolio gold! So yeah, I'm grouping with you two. No debates, lighting's immaculate, chemistry's insane. Ooh, you're literally my muses now!
Ugh, holy pachoochie! I almost went to heaven studying hard day and night to enter MSU, and I ended up with a smug boy and shutter weirdo as my group on my first day? Ugh, pray for me. We went to the school auditorium, and I was stuck between my team. The ceremony kicked off with the basics about the school system and classes.
Freshmen, it is my honor to present the man who not only leads this university, but built it into what it is today. The owner and president of My Story University, Mr. Lucian Valcorin.
The hall erupted into applause. A spotlight cut through the room as Mr. Lucian stepped onto the stage. Tall, broad-shouldered, every detail immaculate, a dark, tailored suit, and an aura so strong it silenced the room the moment he looked at us. Handsome, almost too handsome, in that untouchable, dangerous way.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely a vampire businessman.
He wasn't wrong. A deep, velvety voice filled the room, sending a chill down my spine.
Welcome, my dear freshmen, to My Story University. Here at MSU, we aim to shape you into the best versions of yourselves. Our university is more than just a campus. It's a community, one you may never want to leave.
His lips curled into a smile, teeth just a little too sharp.
We're currently expanding MSU's reach by adding classrooms right by our beloved cemetery. And soon, we'll be bringing MSU to the moon.
Oh, wait, what? Did I hear that right? Heads whipped around. Murmurs rippled through the hall.
Just kidding. I was only trying to wake you up. Some of you looked like you were about to fall asleep.
The tension broke into nervous laughter. A few students even clapped in relief. Then his gaze sharpened again, sweeping across the crowd.
Now, before your studies begin, there is a tradition every freshman must take part in, the Freshman Quest. For the whole day, you will explore this campus, facing challenges of the mind, body, and spirit. It's not about victory, it's about growth. That is what My Story University stands for. Each choice you make, each lesson you carry, forges a new page in your story. Do not forget, today marks the beginning of your journey toward success. This is where your legacy begins.
The hall erupted in genuine applause, excitement buzzing like static in the air.
Thank you, President Lucian. Freshmen, your orientation continues with the first phase of your freshman quest. Your initial challenge awaits inside the Grand Library.
Grand Library? Totally my thing! Students buzzed with excitement, groups already chattering about strategies. I adjusted my bag and straightened my stuff, ready to dive in. Except, of course, I wasn't alone.
Bet you're dying to boss us around already.
boss you around? Why would I?
I mean, I saw your notes. You scream perfectionist.
I gasped because I totally was. Wow, rude. I would not call it bossing around. I'm leading our group.
Yes, boss.
Why, you...
Perfect! Tension, drama. I love it. This quest is practically a reality show.
Ah!
Welcome to MSU's Grand Library. Now, for your challenge, decode the riddle, find the hidden phrase within the library, and present it to the librarian's desk. You only have an hour. The ones who will solve it by the given time will be rewarded by MSU prestige points.
The room erupted into murmurs as groups crowded around the pedestal. I leaned in, scanning the parchment, my brain already piecing it together. Guardians of the word, keepers of time. Knowledge is locked in order and rhyme. Seek the author whose name holds 3. On the second floor, row 63. Next, take the tome of silver spine, 5th from the top where the lamps still shine. Last, find the scholar who never wrote. His number alone keeps wisdom afloat. Bring them together, letters align. Reveal the message hidden by design. Yeah, that wasn't a riddle. That was a boss fight in poem form. Other groups started discussing right there. Some already arguing over what the poem even meant, and some I knew from one look, our competition. If I wanted to win, I needed to focus. I dragged Smug Boy and Shutter Weirdo to a quiet corner. No way I was letting the entire freshman class eavesdrop on my strategy meeting. Okay, listen, we're not solving this in the middle of the stampede. Everyone's confused, which means we can get ahead if you two actually listen for once.
Love the confidence. Totally giving team captain energy.
Yes! Secret strategy meeting! Love it!
Focus! The first clue points to authors with 3-letter last names. Second floor, row 63. Tyler, that's your job. You can climb faster. The second clue is a silver-spined book, 5th from the top, near the lampposts. Jaden, you can handle that. And the last clue, the scholar who never wrote, that's a call number with no listed author. Reference section. That one's mine.
Yes, boss.
I rolled my eyes. Come on, chop chop! Tyler sprints up the second floor like a man on a mission. Jaden hops onto the ladder and zooms across the shelves dramatically.
Guess
I nearly choked. Why is he like this? He came back with the books and lined them up. As soon as I arranged them correctly, the secret phrase appears. Welcome, story makers. See? Genius. First place was practically ours.
Whoa, okay, that was genius.
Brainy main character energy. Love it. Pose with the books? Yes, perfect.
Save it. We need to move. But then, Jaden bumps into the table, and the silver-spined book slipped from the pile. Tyler lunged to grab it, but he crashed straight into Jaden, and boom, camera bag exploded. Several things cluttered, and Tyler scrambled after it like this was a sports drill. Jaden literally dived onto the floor.
Not the lens!
And 2 nearby groups tripped over the mess. It's absolute chaos in just 3 seconds.
Okay. Not my smoothest save.
Oh, come on! We scrambled through the mess of Jaden's stuff, books, and people. My heart raced as I dug for our pile, panic setting in. By the time I dragged both the guys in the books to the librarian's desk, another group was already standing there with the answer.
Group 12, first place. Group 14, close behind.
The crowd applauded while Tyler and Jaden looked so proud. And me? I am not even the slightest happy. Close behind? Second place? We should have won, thanks to Dumber and Dumber here.
Relax, boss. It's not losing. It's character development.
Character development? I don't need character development. I need first place. Holy pachuchi. So much for my first day at MSU. Students would remember me as a viral TikTok sound waiting to happen. The next quest, art challenge. I hid behind my map like it was a security blanket, trying to block out the stairs. And of course, Tyler and Jaden were crackling like hyenas behind me. Apparently, my rage and humiliation are their new favorite hobby. We finally stopped in front of the art building. Its glass doors framed with colorful murals painted by past students. Anya bounced ahead of us, waving both arms like she owned the place.
Welcome, freshmen! This is MSU's art building, one of my absolute favorites. We've got cozy rooms for solo artists who like to brood, and big studios for collabs or group lessons. You can make anything here. Painting, sculpture, digital art, photography, even the weird experimental stuff. And right in the center of MSU, our pride and joy, the Art Museum. Only truly extraordinary work gets displayed there. If your piece makes it in, trust me, people remember you forever. Check it out later if you're curious.
Jaden practically vibrated beside me. He's looking like he'd found religion.
Oh, this is it. This is fate. My portfolio is gonna hang in that museum. Center stage, spotlight, destiny.
The doors swung open, and someone came out, a woman in a paint-splattered apron and the most colorful outfit I'd ever seen, like a walking rainbow with glitter on top. Her hair was bright orange and curly, the pencil tucked behind her ear, and she had the kind of energy that made you want to burst into one of those children's songs about how the world is colorful and so am I, while spinning in a field of flowers.
Hello, my little masterpieces! I am Orla, and today you're going to discover that art is not just what you make, it's who you are. Prepare to laugh, prepare to cry, and most importantly, prepare to get paint absolutely everywhere! Your challenge is simple, yet profound. Each group gets one canvas. Together, you must create your very own team mascot. It can be anything. Bold, wild, ridiculous, iconic. Don't play it safe. Safe is boring. And in art, boring is the only true failure.
Boring is totally not my thing.
Holy Pachuchi, just looking at my teammates made me nervous. The canvases were passed out, brushes clattered onto the tables, and the room instantly filled with chatter and the smell of wet paint. The three of us stared at the big blank canvas in front of us. All right, here's the plan. One canvas, one mascot. I'll sketch something smart and symbolic, then we'll discuss colors later.
Yes, boss.
It took me a while to create a pencil drawing of our mascot, and I was actually satisfied with it. Okay, for the colors. Tyler just dunked a brush into the paint like it was a soup spoon.
This mascot needs fire. Boom!
He slapped a massive red streak across my careful outline, and I nearly had a conniption.
If there's fire, it needs protection and something cool.
He added giant sunglasses, random accessories, and a ridiculous grin. Tyler started laughing, and Jaden doubled over with him. They continued drawing silly things, and I just can't. I'm trying! Our symbolic creature looked like Memezilla on spring break.
Look at his arms. He's jacked. Wait, he needs a Gucci belt.
I snorted a tiny giggle, then clamped my hands over my mouth. No, Audrey, don't encourage them. Stay strong. My eyes caught the team near us, and oh, holy Pachuchi, they looked so artsy and serene, like they'd been born holding paintbrushes, and their mascot was a masterpiece.
Relax, boss. Ours has flavor.
Jaden added glitter to the sunglasses and posed proudly.
And style. Don't forget style.
They just kept laughing while I was practically combusting on the spot. I stared blankly at my pamphlet, now all wrinkled, like how I feel on the inside. Years of grinding. I ended like this. Day 1 of my dream school, and instead of rising to the top, I was sinking fast. Tyler approaches, hands still in pockets, still grinning. Jaden lingers a few steps behind, camera lowered for once.
So, this is where you host your dramatic breakdowns?
I'm not breaking down. I'm just frustrated.
Yeah, no kidding. You nearly bit my head off in front of the entire art building.
Because you won't take anything seriously! Tyler's grin faltered, his voice cutting sharper than usual.
And you take everything too seriously. Newsflash, boss. It's supposed to be fun.
My chest tightened. I shot to my feet, clutching the pamphlet like it might keep me steady. Fun doesn't win. I worked my whole life to get here, and now I'm stuck with 2 clowns dragging me down! Tyler's eyes narrowed, his arms crossing.
Maybe the problem isn't us. Maybe it's you who are so obsessed with being perfect. You forget this isn't just your quest.
The words hit harder than I expected, and heat rushed to my face. I didn't have a comeback, not one that wouldn't make it worse. So I spun on my heel and stormed off,
leaving both of them in silence behind me. I went behind the school crying for a variety of reasons, but mostly I feel bad about lashing out at Tyler. He's right. This is supposed to be a fun event. I should let go of the tension and exhaustion from all that studying for years to get here. I need to apologize later, sincerely. Then maybe we can actually enjoy today's event together. But then, later came, and the tension was still thick between me and Tyler. Jaden was caught in the middle, throwing out jokes, trying to lighten the mood, but it's not working. I gave Jaden an apologetic smile, and he just grinned back and mouthed, "Don't worry, it's cool." Then I glanced at Tyler. My stomach twisted immediately. Come on, Audrey, just open your mouth and say you're sorry.
Attention, students.
I lost my chance to say something as two teachers walked in. The female teacher looked like she just walked out of a drama poster. Long, straight black hair, sharp eyes that could probably see straight through you. Beautiful, but terrifying. The type who made you sit up straighter without even realizing it. The male teacher was her complete opposite. All smiles. Tall, broad-shouldered guy in a tracksuit, whistle hanging from his neck. He had that athletic dad energy. Warm smile, easy laugh. The kind of teacher who'd crack a joke right before making you run 10 laps.
Settle down. This is your final challenge.
Oh yeah! Time to see if you've got brains and brawn. Don't worry, kids. Only a little pain is involved.
Good afternoon, freshmen. I am Ms. Hoshino, your instructor for logic and strategy. I also teach mathematics. This is Coach Ramirez, head of physical education.
But you can just call me Coach R. Easier to shout across the field. All right, final challenge. Brain power, muscle power, team power. If you don't work as a team, you're gonna eat dirt. Let's see what you've got.
I gulped. Our team isn't exactly working right now. I am so gonna eat dirt.
There are 3 rounds. Listen well.
Assistant stepped forward, holding sealed envelopes with different colors.
Your final challenge will test perception, reasoning, and endurance. Round 1, a visual puzzle. Each group will receive an image cut into fragments. Your task is to reconstruct it correctly. Only then will you move to round 2. Round 2 is a logic puzzle, a riddle requiring critical thinking. Solve it, and you advance to the final round.
Round 3 is simple. A long-distance run to the finish line. 1 runner per team. Fastest across wins.
The assistants dropped the first envelope on our table. Tyler ripped it open, spilling a dozen oddly shaped scraps of glossy paper across the surface.
Ooh, puzzle pieces. My time has come to shine.
It's not just a jigsaw. Look, the edges don't even match.
Please, I've spent years framing shots and lining up angles. This is basically Photoshop, but in real life.
His hands moved fast, rotating pieces, sliding them into place. Tyler and I tried to follow, but he was already halfway there before we could blink.
Not gonna lie, he's kinda cracked at this.
A few final clicks, and Jaden smoothed the last piece into place. The image formed into the Blossom Bridge in full bloom, glowing under a spring sky.
And that's how you turn chaos into art. Done!
Miss Hoshino stepped over, gave a curt nod, and handed us the second envelope.
Well done. Proceed to the logic round.
Tyler slid the second envelope across the table. My fingers hesitated for half a second before I tore it open. Inside was a folded card with a riddle written in elegant script. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with air. What am I? Tyler frowned, scratching his head.
A ghost?
No. It's obviously the voice of artistic inspiration. Duh!
I roll my eyes. Cute guess, but no, it's an echo. I scribbled the answer quickly onto the card and rang the bell. Miss Hoshino raised her eyebrow, a faint smile on her lips.
Correct. You may proceed.
Tyler leaned back with a smirk, but there was still an edge to it, not his usual playful grin.
Knew you'd have it. Boss Brain saves the day again.
My smile faded, and I looked down at my hands, guilt twisting in my stomach. He was trying to make it sound like a joke, but it only reminded me of how harshly I'd snapped at him earlier. I wanted to say something, anything, but my throat closed up. The tension between us was thick enough to choke on. Jaden, desperate to cut it, slung an arm around both our shoulders with a grin.
Okay. Logic done. Art King wins again. Now we pass the baton to our athlete, yeah?
All runners to the field. This is your last leg. Finish strong.
We moved toward the track, but my stomach churned. I felt dizzy, but I managed to hold myself up and forced myself to walk. The teams lined up on the athletics field, the track stretching out in front of us like it went on forever. Tyler bounced on his heels, loosening his shoulders. Jaden adjusted his camera, already trying to get action shots. I stood off to the side, but my vision swam. The skipped lunch, the stress, it all caught up at once. The whistle blew just as my knees buckled. The world tilted and I stumbled forward, but Jaden caught me just in time.
Audrey!
Tyler was instantly there, crouching down, his usual smirk gone.
Hey, what's wrong?
I blinked my eyes as I shook my head, feeling embarrassed. I'm fine. Just skipped lunch. Dumb, I know.
Don't say that. Just hang in there. I'm gonna call a teacher.
I immediately grabbed his sleeve, stopping him in his tracks. Tyler, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for yelling at you and ruining today. It's supposed to be fun. And you're right. I was so caught up in being perfect, I forgot we should enjoy today. Together. Tyler blinked at me, surprise flickering in his eyes. I swallowed hard, my voice cracking just a little. I really wanted to prove I belong here, and I took it out on you. I'm so sorry. For a moment, silence. Then Tyler's lips curved into a small, warm smile.
Hey, no problem. I've been yelled at worse during practice.
He ruffled my hair playfully, but assuringly.
Just rest. I'll handle this.
That's impossible. We're already way behind. Tyler glanced at the track, then back at me with that familiar glint in his eye.
Impossible? Nah, I'm a sponsored sports student, remember? I'm not called the wind of track and field for years for nothing.
Before I could protest, he stood up and winked at me, and then he ran. Not just fast, blazing. Passing team after team after team, the gap closing with every stride. He was the wind. I watched in awe as Jaden and the crowd roared. The whistle blew like a song as Tyler crossed the finish line. First place, chest heaving and a wide grin. My heart skipped, then thudded hard against my chest. Faster than his sprint. I didn't even notice Jaden raise his camera, capturing me in that moment with a quiet, knowing smile. The field erupted with cheers. Everything happened so fast, but also it felt like the world slowed down. Tyler jogged back to us with his wide grin.
How about that, boss? Did I make you proud?
I laughed. Are you kidding? That was freaking A! Jaden snapped away like we just made history. The day wasn't over. It was only the beginning. After an hour of rest, we were all assisted to the announcement board to see our class assignments, and there it was. My name, Tyler's, and Jaden's. Same class. They really had it out for me, huh? We stepped into the classroom and instantly started bickering over seats. I wanted the front row, Tyler claimed the window, and Jaden tried to sit in the middle just to capture the tension from both sides. From there, the tour kicked off. The science laboratory was first. The second I walked in, my heart fluttered. Rows of microscopes, glass cabinets of specimens, lab coats hung neatly on racks. The air even smelled like potential. The gym was huge, a full-size court echoing with the sound of basketballs. Tyler's eyes lit up instantly. Just behind it was the sports field, and Tyler was in his element, high-fiving Coach R like they were old friends, and younger athletes chasing him as if they were already their hero. Jaden, he practically screamed when we reached the photography club room. He gasped so loud people turned, then begged the club president to let him live there forever. And from there, the day blurred into moments stitched together. And there's a lot more to explore. We walked leisurely on the Blossom Bridge at sunset, petals drifting around us. For once, I didn't feel like I had to walk fast. We laughed, and the sound felt lighter than it had all day. For the first time since stepping off that bus this morning, MSU didn't feel intimidating. It was alive. It's our school, where our journey begins. The sky deepened into twilight, and lanterns flickered to life one by one until the whole campus glowed like a magical realm. Booths lit up the central campus, the air filled with laughter, music, and the smell of food. This is just pure happiness. Freshman night has officially begun. Each of us was given an envelope with our very first MSU points. To use them, we just tapped our ID and fingerprint at every stall. Like magic money. We bounced from food stalls to game booths, Tyler somehow winning me a giant plush with one throw. He plopped it in my arms before I could argue.
Congrats, boss. You're a winner too.
Thanks. Soon, the lantern walk began. A glowing river of students weaving through campus and ended at the campfire. Flames leaping high into the night. Cheers echoed. Sparks danced skyward. For once, I wasn't stressing about perfection or plans, just living, and it felt good. The bonfire roared higher. Music drifted through the crowds as students paired off, some laughing, some swaying in clumsy circles. Tyler turned to me, his usual smirk, softer now.
Come on, boss. Dance with me.
My heart stuttered. 1,000 excuses buzzed on my tongue, but his hand was already out, waiting. Before I knew it, I was stepping into the circle, firelight flickering across his face as he pulled me close. The world felt smaller, warmer. We both turned. Jaden stood there behind his tripod, grinning like he just caught the cover of a magazine.
Perfect. Firelight, romance, history in the making.
Before either of us could protest, he barreled in and hugged us both, nearly knocking me off my feet.
I'm so glad it's you two. We're gonna make the next few years at MSU unforgettable.
We all burst out laughing, tangled in the world's messiest group hug. And for the first time that day, it didn't feel like chaos. It felt like home. MSU Freshman Quest. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't according to plan. But maybe that's the point. The best stories aren't flawless. They're unforgettable. This is My Story University, a place where ambition awakens, your dreams take shape, where passion becomes flame of purpose, where friendships deepen into lifelong bonds, and each moment becomes a page in the legacy only you can write.